Gravando, chegamos a concentrar. Obrigada. Estava aqui com ele, né? Bom, aí deixa eu levar na minha.
Oui, oui, bah, on va commencer en retard, mais c'est dommage parce que Pascal, ne pourra pas rester.
Ben oui, c'est ça.
Ça
Ça, la discussion.
donc, je suis très contente parce que ça va retrouver une fluidité comme ça.
Ouais, ah, moi aussi. Hein.
Ça a arrangé, ça a enlevé un gros point. Ouais,
J'avoue que je suis contente aussi.
oui, parce que c'est très sympa là.
Ouais, oui.
Il y a de l'eau, ouais, il y a de l'eau. Ça permet
Ah, super. Ah, bah, c'est déjà fait, les 5 minutes.
ouais,
Ça sera pas pour toi.
ouais, moi,
Ah, je vais demander à Nadia.
elle a dit 40 minutes.
Hein, c'est ça.
Ouais, on reste.
Ouais, ouais. Puis je verrai bien si je vois des gens qui s'agitent. C'est super. Je prête à...
Vas-y, oui, c'est juste qu'ils me reviennent, quoi.
Tu n'en as pas besoin tout de suite.
Non, je pense pas. Non, non.
T'en sois sûr, tu vas faire une présentation.
Mais moi, je suis papier, hein. Voilà. Euh, je vais me mettre en position
De danseuse?
Il faut que je enlever ma veste.
Ouais, moi aussi, c'est prévu, mais prévu dans la... Mais je vais le présenter avant. Mais t'as raison, je vais le présenter là. Ouais, c'est ça.
Ouais.
Bon, je suis honorée, hein.
Ça, non, je suis ravie d'être parmi tous ces amis.
Mais ouais, c'est super chouette, hein. Ouais, et vraiment. Attends. Ouais, je suis contente. Ouais, que...
Ça passe bien.
Ouais, ouais, ouais.
Tu vois, il y a un truc, ben, c'est que tous les gens aiment suivre.
Oui, je pense qu'il y a quand même il y a de se connaître un peu. Ouais. Ouais. Il y a un effet du temps. Tu vois,
On a un Kleenex.
je suis d'accord. Et c'est vraiment chouette, quoi. Moi aussi, je suis
Kleenex.
contente. Très contente. Je viens même d'avoir un mail de Sandra Nicolas qui dit qu'elle a commandé les livres. Tout arrive.
Oui. Ça y est? Ah oui, mais. Ok, mais écoute, moi je pense pas que je vais ouvrir mon ordi ce matin après le truc. D'accord, oui, d'accord. Bon, bon, en attendant, je me fatigue pas, hein, ça va.
Ah,
Voilà,
bah, ça va, c'est chouette. Non, parce que
ouais.
ça va, elle m'avait dit, ah, je crois que demain, je vais pas réussir à me lever. Je dis, ah non, écoute, c'est Patricia, faut que tu me
Oui. Non, mais en plus, elle a eu que des mots sympas.
Elle est...
Parce que moi,
On en a là.
on en a. Et c'est bien qu'on ait acheté de l'eau.
Ouais, en bouteille, mais j'ai oublié de la mettre dans mon sac.
C'est pas normal.
Is it turn on the maximum volume? Just so you can hear the questions. Okay. It's especially for Patricia.
Yes, but I
Ouais.
put it after my talk.
Yes, just let me see if it's on the maximum volume.
Attends, c'est
I
là,
think you don't have to put the.
like that, and that.
Yes.
Ok. En
Genre,
faisant-
ça marche.
Ouais.
Tu peux lui répondre.
Je peux lui
Demander si on.
Oui, j'entends, mais où il est?
Alors, le micro
Alors,
ici.
Ah oui, voilà le micro, j'entends tout bien, mais attends une seconde, je suis plus fort. Tu peux parler? Salut. Salut. Bon, oui, mais parle un tout petit peu plus fort. Tu peux parler plus fort? Ah, c'est ça, beaucoup mieux, ouais. Ah oui, bon, d'accord, ok, mais moi j'enlève les oreilles maintenant et je les remettrai à la fin. Allez, ouais, allez, à toutes.
Oui, c'est une bonne idée. Ouais. Tu veux que je. Ouais. Tu mets. Ouais. Il est écart? Il est écart. Je vais le mettre. Ouais, et donc, oui, c'est ça, c'est ma question qui est un peu boiteuse, j'espère qu'il y en aura dans la salle. Tu vois, sur responsabilité et vulnérabilité. Ouais, t'improviseras. Voilà. De toute façon, il y a plus de gens sympas et puis on va on lancera. Comme on a dit.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. Vous m'entendez bien?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisatrices et
That's great.
organisateurs et en
Well,
particulier
firstly,
Nadia
I would like to
Guimarães
thank
et Anna
the
Carolina
organizer
Andrade,
and
mais aussi toute l'équipe
more
qui
specifically
œuvre au
Nadia
quotidien pour
Guimarães
que
and
ce
Ana
colloque se
Carolina
passe
Andrade.
au
I would
mieux.
also like to
C'est un grand
thank the
honneur et
team
Recording in
who
progress.
works on our
d'introduire la
daily
conférence de
today
Patricia
behind the scenes
Paperman
work to make
aujourd'hui.
sure our meeting
Patricia Paperman
works.
est
It's a
professeure
great honor
émérite
to
de
me to
sociologie
introduce
au
Patricia
département de sciences
Paperman
politiques de
today.
l'Université de
Patricia
Paris 8
Paperman is a
et
professor
chercheuse
emeritus of
au LES,
sociology in the
laboratoire
Department of
d'études de
Political
genre
Science
et de
at the
sexualité.
University of Paris 8 and
Patricia
a
s'est imposée
researcher
comme une
at
des principales
LEGS.
voix françaises dans l'introduction et
She
le développement
has
des réflexions sur le thème de
she
l'éthique
is
du
one of the
cœur
leading French
dans le
voices
débat
in the
académique
introduction and
mondial,
development of
aux côtés de chercheuses comme Pascal
reflections
Mounier et Sandra Logier.
on the ethics of care in the
Dans le
global
domaine
academic
de la
debate,
recherche sur le
alongside
cœur,
researchers such
son
as
approche
Pascal
a été
Moulinier and
particulièrement innovante.
Sandra Logier.
Elle combine les
In the
perspectives
field of
de
care
la
research, her
sociologie morale
approach has
et
been
des émotions
particularly
pour
innovative.
débattre
She
d'une
combines the
éthique féministe
perspectives
du
of
care,
moral
du point de vue
sociology
de celles
and
qui exercent
emotion begins to debate from the point of view of a feminine ethics of care and from the point of view of those who perform these activities and those who receive them. Throughout her university career, she was committed to overcoming the limits imposed by disciplinary barriers. Patricia Paperman has thus succeeded in building an integrative notion of care where she makes care a perspective that firstly associates the relational work of care activities and helping others with the ethical dimension that is inherent to care. She does not try to emphasize one dimension over the other, which in the French sociological context can at best give rise to misunderstandings and at worst to resistance. In this perspective, let's mention some of her seminal works, such as Le Souci des autres, which means the concern for others, published in 2005, and its evocative subtitle, The Ethics and Politics of Care, a collection of texts that she co-edited with Sandra Lougier, which has become a central reference for the presentation of new interdisciplinary perspectives on how care can be understood as an ethical and political perspective. In her publication, Qu'est-ce que le care? What is care? Written jointly with Pascal Moulinier and Sandra Laugier, she seeks to establish a relational definition of the concept of care, considering the fields of work, gender, ethics, and health. Recently, Patricia Paperman has explored the notion of care in a discussion with the sociology of emotions and feminist epistemology, particularly around work on intersectionality, published in the book Care et Sentiment, Care and Feeling, which has already been translated into Spanish as well. As Nadia Guimarães rightly says, Patricia Paperman has thus built fundamental bridges between European and Latin American traditions in gender studies. She continues to inspire new generations of researchers, putting care at the very epicenter of sociological thinking, social justice, and political transformation. In Brazil, her article, Compartmentalizing the Notion of Care, which was co-written with Pascal Poligné in 2015 and published in Portuguese translation by the Brazilian Journal of Political Science, has been widely and rapidly disseminated and thus encouraged new possibilities of interpretation and consequently accelerated new discoveries. Patricia Paperman has also contributed greatly to the reflection on the vicious cycle produced by the devaluation of care providers by showing how this devaluation was also often the result of the devaluation of care recipients. Finally, it is important to point out that for the past 10 years or so, Patricia Paperman has been working on reflections that place the recognition of care recipients at the very heart of ethical and political issues alongside care providers, particularly when these recipients are very elderly or disabled people without a voice. She has thus made a significant contribution to the dissemination of Eva Feder-Kitte's work in France. Finally, it should be noted that Patricia Paperman recently published an article to be published in the journal Ethnologie au pluriel, which allows her to discuss this perspective of care from several points of views. Over to you, Patricia, for this beautifully titled presentation, Sensitive Affairs, Feeling, Care, and Ethics.
Merci beaucoup Aurélie pour cette
Thank you,
touchante
Aurélie,
présentation. Merci
for
à Nadia
your
et à
very
tous ceux qui sont là ce matin.
sensitive,
C'est un grand
very
plaisir de présenter
heartfelt
ce travail.
presentation. Thank you, Nadia. Thank
Donc,
you all to
voilà,
all of
Affaires sensibles
my friends who have come
est le
together
titre de
today.
l'émission
It is
de
a
radio à
joy to
succès en
present my
France
work
qui
to
revient
you
sur des
today.
affaires politiques
Affaires
qui ont
sensibles or
cristallisé des
sensitive
divergences
affairs is
d'opinion
the name of a very
ou qui
successful
racontent
radio program
des
in radio
énigmes
that looks
policières
back at
qui ont
political
retenu
affairs that
l'attention
have
du
crystallized
public
differences
parce
of
qu'elles sont
opinion
restées sans
or that
solution.
tell police mysteries that have caught the
Hors
public's
de ce
attention
contexte
because they have
particulier,
remained unsolved.
l'expression affaires sensibles pardon, est utilisée
Beside this
principalement dans le
particular
domaine
context, the
juridique,
expression
mais
sensitive
aussi
issue,
dans un
affaires
sens moins
sensibles, is
spécialisé
used
pour dire
mainly
que
in the
le
legal
sujet dont on
domain,
parle
but
est
also in a less
épineux et qu'il
specialized
faut en
sense to
parler
say that
avec
the subject under
précaution,
discussion is
puisqu'il
quite thorny,
les trois
one that
mots du
must be
sous-titre,
broached with
care, éthique,
caution.
sentiment, ont retenu l'attention d'un
The three
monde
words
cosmopolite, je sais pas
in the
comment on
subtitle
traduit
of this
composite,
presentation,
qui
feelings,
s'intéresse au care
care, and
depuis des
ethics,
positions
have caught the
différentes.
attention of a composite
Travailleuses du
world that is
care,
interested in care
destinataires du
from
care,
different positions,
organisés
such
ou
as
non,
care workers,
féministes dans l'académie et
recipients,
hors de l'académie,
whether organized or
collègues
not,
non féministes de
feminists in
l'académie,
academia or
éventuellement,
outside
etc., mais je ne vois
academia,
pas qui.
non-feminist
Le
colleagues
rapprochement des
within
termes care,
academia,
éthique,
and so on
sentiment
and so
a
forth.
suscité des
When we
controverses
bring
qui
together the
enrichissent la
terms care,
compréhension
ethics, and
d'enjeux
feelings has given
importants
rise to
de l'éthique
controversies that enrich the
féministe du care.
understanding of important
Ma
issues in the
présentation
feminist
vise à
ethics of care.
déployer deux de ces
My
enjeux,
presentation aims to
sortir le
unpack
care
two
de
of these issues.
l'infrapolitique
Firstly,
et penser l'égalité des
removing
voix.
care out of
Ce
the
sont les deux premières
infrapolitical
parties de mon
dimension
exposé.
and
Je
thinking about
terminerai sur un
equality of
exemple de
voices. These are the
sensibilité du
first
care
two
dans
parts
le
of my
travail des
presentation, and I
aides-soignantes.
will finish
Vous
by
l'aurez
giving an
compris, ma
example on
réflexion s'inscrit dans la
sensitivity
perspective
in
du care comme éthique et
caregivers'
politique.
work. Now,
Le care
as
est une
you
grande
understand,
maison où l'on
my
parle des langues
presentation
différentes
is
sous un même
inscribed
toit.
between
Celle que j'utilise devrait
care
pouvoir résonner
is
ici.
inscribed within the ethical and
Sortir
political
le care de
dimensions.
l'infrapolitique.
I hope that the
Dans Moral
presentation will
Boundaries, le
touch
livre
you.
de John
Firstly,
Tronto,
taking
93,
care out
la
of the
politique états-unienne
infrapolitical
soutient qu'il y
dimensions.
a un risque
In
politique
moral
à penser
boundaries,
l'éthique du
the
care à
American
partir des
political
sentiments.
scientist
Cette
Joan Tronto
association
argues
contribuerait
that
à
there is a
renforcer
political risk
la
in thinking about
disqualification.
ethics
Ah,
based on
j'ai eu un
feelings.
saut de page
This
problématique. Je ne sais
association,
pas ce qui s'est passé.
according
Bon,
to her, I'm sorry I got a bit lost in my
voilà.
notes here.
Ah oui, je sais ce qui s'est passé.
Just bear with me, please.
Je suis désolée. J'ai réimprimé ma première
Sorry,
page
I'm
hier
sorry.
matin et du coup, il me manque
I got mixed up in my notes. Just a second.
la vieille version.
I
Merci
printed
Aurélie.
it once again
Alors, c'est où
yesterday. Thank you,
la
Aurélie. I
disqualification?
need
J'arrive.
the first printed version. Please
Hop,
bear with me for a second.
Voilà. Cette association donc contribuerait
Here
à
it is.
renforcer la disqualification de cette éthique
This
en la
association
réduisant à une
would
affaire de bons
contribute to
sentiments. Bons
reinforcing
sentiments,
the
good feelings en anglais, c'est le
disqualification of
compte,
this
entre
ethics
guillemets.
by
Un
reducing
autre
it to a
obstacle
matter
au
of quote
développement d'une
unquote
politique du
good
care réside
feelings.
dans l'association du
Yet
care et
another
des femmes
obstacle
avec
to the
cette
development
idée
of a
que le
care
care
policy
serait une
lies
moralité
in
des
the
femmes.
association of care
L'imbrication
and
du genre et
women,
des sentiments,
wherein
des
the
émotions et
idea
des
that the
affects,
ethics of care are
le
a
terme
morality
qu'on
belonging
utilise
to
ne
women.
change rien au
The
problème,
intertwining of gender and
donc est
feelings,
un élément
emotions, and
crucial
affections
qu'une
or
stratégie
affects,
féministe
and the
doit prendre en
terms
compte.
don't change
C'est
anything,
pourquoi,
is
selon
a
Tronto,
crucial
la
element that a
perspective du
feminist
care
strategy
gagne à
must
se
take into
passer d'une
account.
référence aux
This is
sentiments.
why, according
Non
to
parce qu'il ne
Toronto,
joue
the care
aucun rôle dans les
perspective
pratiques de care
benefits
et l'identification
from
des questions
dispensing
morales qu'elle comporte,
references
mais
to
parce que
feelings,
l'association des femmes
not
à la
because feelings
sensibilité et
play
aux
no role
émotions
in care
fonctionne
practices of the moral issues they entail, but rather because the association of women with sensitivity and emotions is a type of a Trojan horse in political discussion. Indeed, referencing feelings which places women in a perpetual political underdog position is embedded in ways of thinking about moral and political issues. The famous quote unquote moral boundaries, which is also a title of the 1993 book, which bar any possibility of hearing different voices, such as the voices of care, without disqualifying these voices. Now, the first moral boundary, the strict distinction between morality and politics, which limits the domain of care to the relationships between close relatives and thereby removing its political significance. The second moral boundary, the criterion of impartiality to qualify the quote unquote moral point of view, which disqualifies the contextual approach to care. And finally, oops, back to my original notes. Finally, the third moral boundary, which is the separation of the private sphere and the public sphere along gender fault lines, which relegates care to activities that are traditionally assigned to women. Now, within the framework set by these moral boundaries, any reference to feelings, to a morality of feelings, will come up against the objections generated by these frameworks of thought. Just to summarize, the ethics of care would not be able to expand the circle of beneficiaries beyond those people who are close to us, whether these close people refer to the members of a restricted group, such as a family, a national group, or more broadly, all of those with whom we share memories. Therefore, the ethics of care would be appropriate to the private sphere. Its capacity to work in politics, to make politics, would be limited by the very type of requirements it demands. The separation of the moral and the political overlaps and redoubles the separation of private and public spheres. The disqualification of feelings and of women is inscribed in the very frameworks of this moral thinking that took hold from the 18th century onwards. The universalist moral conception based on reason proved to be more in tune with the emerging world of social transformations of the 18th century. It proved to be more able to regulate the relationships of distance between groups and distance between individuals, and the relationships between the spheres of activity that became increasingly autonomous as these transformations took hold, and rather than the contextualist conception centered on the idea of virtues and moral sentiments, which had been widely shared up till that point in time. And I will quote Toronto. I'll try to quote this as quickly as possible. I'm quoting from the French translation. While there is no inherent reason why universalist morality should require the exclusion of women from this domain, in fact, the historical circumstances of the 18th century led to the development of the argument that contained both women and moral sentiments within the domestic sphere. Yet another quote. We owe it to the anti-feminists of the 18th and 19th centuries that we have succeeded in imposing on women the essentialist view that holds that the contextual morality and moral sentiments are a morality for women. This association of women with a parochial and context-bound perspective of moral
Je passe
sentiments
à un autre
has
point.
disqualified
La
women from the most
disqualification de l'éthique
important
du
moral
care est entrée,
discussions.
à mon avis,
End
maintenant
quote.
c'est mon
Moving on to
hypothèse,
another
ma théorie,
subject.
un
The
niveau différent du
disqualification of the
discours,
ethics of
à
care,
savoir
in my
une
opinion, this
façon
is my
commune de faire
hypothesis, my
référence aux
opinion.
sentiments
I believe
dans les
it is
catégories
rooted
générales
at a
et
different level
génériques,
of discourse,
dont les bons
which,
sentiments seraient le
namely, to a
prototype.
common way of referring to feelings as a
L'usage de la
general and generic
catégorie
category
générale
in
plutôt
which
que d'un
quote unquote
sentiment ou d'une
good
émotion
feelings,
spécifique,
positive feelings
par
would be
exemple
the prototype.
l'indignation, la
So the
joie, la
use of the general
tristesse,
category
a
rather
pour
than a
effet
specific
de
feeling
faire
or emotion,
revenir
for example,
toute la
indignation or
série de
joy or
dichotomies
sadness,
ou des binarités
this general
qui
category has the effect
enferment
of bringing
l'usage
up
de
the
la
whole
notion.
series of dichotomies that surround the
Dichotomie, tout le monde
use
les
of
connaît
this
par cœur,
notion.
raison, sentiment, subjectif, objectif,
You
passif,
know these
actif, individuel,
dichotomies well. We all
collectif,
do.
homme, femme,
Feeling versus
gris, vrai,
reason,
blanc, pas
subjective
blanc,
versus
tout ce que vous voulez.
objective, passive
Valide, non
versus
valide.
active,
Voilà. C'est binaire.
individual
Par
versus
exemple,
collective, man
la
versus
binarité
women, white
individuelle
versus non-white,
collectif
everything
imprègne
that is
fortement des
binary.
travaux sociologiques sur les émotions dans la
For
tradition
example,
française.
the
Reprise de Durkheim et
individual
Mauss,
versus
cette
collective
distinction
dichotomy
est le plus souvent comprise comme
binary
une délimitation
proposition
entre des
strongly
émotions
permeates
partagées ou
sociological work
ressenties
on
ensemble
emotions in the
et
French
des émotions qui
tradition.
sont produites
The
par des
distinction taken
causes
up by
et des objets
Durkheim and
qui
Mauss
n'auraient
is most
de
often understood
signification
as a
qu'individuelle.
delimitation between emotions
La
that are shared or
perspective
felt together
reprise de
and emotions
Durkheim
that are
ne
produced by
permet pas
causes
de
and objects
considérer
that would have
que
only
cette
individual
seconde sorte de
significance.
sentiment
The
soit
perspective
dotée de signification et
that
d'importance sociale.
Durkheim
Le
espouses
point
does
ici
not
n'est pas
allow
de
us to consider
récuser
that
qu'il
this
existe
second
quelque
kind
chose comme des sentiments
feelings and
individuels,
emotions
mais de
is endowed
souligner
with
que
social
cette
significance and
partition
importance. The
pousse
point
à
here is not to
circonscrire
deny
l'analyse
that
sociologique à des
that there
sentiments
exists such a thing
typiques,
as individual feelings, but
conventionnels,
rather to emphasize
légitimes,
that
qui
this
paraissent à
division,
l'évidence
this
relever
cleavage,
d'une logique
pushes
sociale.
sociological
En
analysis
langage
to a
newtonien,
limitation.
il
It pushes it
manifeste
to be limited to
l'attachement au
typical,
groupe et à ses
conventional, and
valeurs.
legitimate
Cette
feelings, which
partition conduit
obviously
ainsi à
seem to be
laisser
part of
hors
a
du champ
social logic.
ces
In
expressions de sentiments et
Durkheim's
d'émotions
language,
dont les
they
significations
demonstrate
semblent
attachment to the group
guillemets,
and its
particulières
values. This
ou
division,
relever de
therefore,
logiques
leads to leaving out
La
those
difficulté à
expressions of
considérer comme
feelings and
socialement
emotions whose
significatives
meanings seem
certaines
private or
caractérisations de
particulate
situation en termes
and to
d'émotions
fall under
particulières, personnelles,
idiosyncratic
privées,
logic.
individuelles,
The
conduit à se
difficulty
demander
in
si cette
considering
restriction n'est pas le produit
certain
d'une
characteristics
conception
of situations as
délimitant le
socially
commun, le
significant
collectif ou le
in
social
terms of
à
particular
partir
or
d'une
personal
position
or
dominante ou
private or
majoritaire.
individual emotions
C'est dans les
leads
travaux sur
one to
les
wonder
émotions
whether
de
this
philosophes
restriction is not the
féministes
product
diverses,
of a conception that
essentiellement états-uniennes,
delimits the
comme
common,
essentiellement
the
Margaret
collective,
Curran
or
Walker
the
et
social
Cheshire
from a
Taylor, je ne sais
dominant
pas
or
prononcer,
majority
et un autre
positions,
d'ailleurs, suggère trouver des
especially in
ressources pour
on part
des
of
ressources,
American thinkers,
oui,
the
pour
work
une
on
analyse
emotions by feminist
reconsidérant
philosophers
cette
such as Bayer,
qualification
Calhoun,
particulière
Walker.
personnelle comme un
In their
produit de
work, I
relations
found the
sociales de
resources for
domination.
an
C'est
analysis that
personnel, ça
reconsiders
n'intéresse pas
these
tout le monde.
qualifications,
Une analyse
such as
des
private,
émotions à
particular,
partir d'une
personal,
position
individual, as a
subordonnée
product
ou
of
dominée
social religion, the
emprunte d'autres
relations, that
chemins,
is, domination.
dégageant une
An
dimension
analysis
politique
of
des
emotions
émotions,
from a subordinate
de leur
or
minoration
dominated
et de leur
position
invisibilité.
takes other
Deuxième
paths
partie,
that
penser
reveal a
l'égalité des
political
droits,
dimension of emotions,
repenser la place aux
reveals their
sentiments.
disqualification,
Libéré de
their
cette association aux
belittling, or
sentiments et aux
their
femmes, l'éthique
invisibility.
du cœur peut être envisagée sous un
Now,
prisme
thinking
différent,
equal voices,
comme un ensemble de
rethinking the
pratiques
place
qui sont des
occupied by
réponses à une
feelings.
vulnérabilité
If
commune
freed
et
from
non
this
des réponses
associations with
liées à une
feelings
affectivité
and with women,
profonde.
the ethics
Dans
of
les
care can
conceptions
be
philosophiques
seen
dominantes
through a different
utilitaristes et
prism
kantiennes,
as a set of
la morale est vue,
practices
je
that are
simplifie évidemment,
responses to a
comme
common
un ensemble de principes généraux
vulnerability and not as responses linked to emotions that are specific to women. In the dominant philosophical conceptions, both utilitarian and Kantian, morality is understood as a set of general principles that apply to particular cases. For historical reason, gender analyses have been suspicious of morality as if it were only a series of moralizing arguments that reinforce social or gender domination. The conception of morality with which these approaches work do not allow for the consideration of so-called ordinary moral activity of understanding and interpreting relevant contextual particularities, but also of perceiving and responding to social situations. An alternative conception of morality, which was popularized by Carol Gilligan under as the expression of a different voice, disrupts this pattern. And thus, it makes possible to rethink the place of feelings in everyday life.
The strength of the thesis of different voices lies in the questions it addresses to the different analyses of morality. And they have asked this question: who has the authority to say what a moral point of view is? And Gilligan replies that it is the subject themselves. This thesis includes a method and an epistemology that allow for the inclusion of so-called ordinary moral points of view in a sociological account of morality. Moral viewpoints can be said to be ordinary in the sense that they emerge from everyday life, and in the sense that they are not included in the majority authorized dominant conceptions of morality. These two meanings largely cover the usually disqualifying treatment of a conception of morality that Gilligan brings to light in her investigations. She shows the impact of prejudice and ignorance towards women on Kohlberg's theory of moral development, which occupied a central place in moral psychology in the 1980s. Gilligan points to the inability of Kohlberg's conventionality proposed model of moral development, to the inability of the language of justice to apprehend women's experiences and points of view as morally relevant. The hypothesis of a different voice is indeed that of a moral orientation that identifies and deals with moral problems differently than the language of justice does, and that the language of care would make it possible to grasp. This work of deconstruction, central to Gilligan's thesis, highlights the way in which prejudices operate with regard to the words of people who do not fit into the boxes of the dominant theory, by discouraging their expression, by disregarding the moral resources derived from their social experiences, by interpreting concern for others as a search for approval or a form of civility. The different voice borrows a large part of its vocabulary and its forms of expression from feelings. According to Gilligan, this is because a moral perspective care is, as a moral perspective, care is less elaborate, and there is then the perspective of justice, and there is no ready-made vocabulary in moral theory to describe its terms. The lack of a shared moral vocabulary reinforces the difficulties of expression of subjects caught in an unequal relationship who are unable to make themselves heard from a position lacking in authority. These are the terms of the effective vocabulary that express the ordinary moral viewpoints or institutions developed from the positions of those who are responsible for the well-being of others. whether they are dependent or not. It is on the basis of these social and moral experiences that those primarily responsible for care work express and develop a different conception of what moral means. What time is it? Should I skip part of my presentation or not? Well, I will skip Gilligan's quote. The quote, and I follow. If the notion of care has become established beyond its disciplinary and geopolitical origins, it is also because the word has come to fill in a gap in the current vocabulary to describe shared experiences centered on the maintenance of life and the common world, a certain kind of commitment and attention. What is at stake in feelings, emotions, and sensitivity is a different conception of morality and justice, and not a disordered series of expressions always suspected of being defective in relation to the dominant language of rationality, be it legal, philosophical, or sociological. A comprehensive and, in a sense, radical reformulation of an analysis of feelings and emotions for an investigation that would have adopted a gender sensitive epistemology then becomes possible. The affirmation of the social and moral value of sensitivity and feelings in the perspective of care responds to the dominant patterns of sociological and philosophical thought that discredit the moral significance of sensitive forms of commitment, attention, and perception. The fecundity of the perspective lies precisely in the refutation of and abandonment of analytical frameworks that end up making feelings and sensitivity a category apart, a modality of expression and behavior disconnected from the practical activities and in which they take on meaning and effect. This disconnection, as we noted previously, is based on the whole series of dichotomies that surround the use of the notion feeling reason, subject object, passive active, individual collective, feminine masculine. In contrast to such divisions, the care perspective brings sensitivity and feelings back from areas where only expected, legitimate emotions appear to be socially meaningful and intelligible, to the practices and activities that make up the substrate, giving meaning and form to certain relationships, care relationships. It puts feelings back in their place in the realm of practical activity. And I will soon end this long first part. Firstly, the analysis does not focus on feelings in general, but on certain types of feelings and sensitivity, such as love, attention, compassion, respect, concern, and their deployment in concrete relationships. When considered together, these feelings outline a specific moral orientation towards others and the environment. Then, particular feelings are seen as one aspect of composite and complex behaviors, mixing perception and reasoning on the particularities of situations, active response to their salient features, expressing in action a prioritization of the action. Finally, put back in their own place, feelings are reclassified as sensitive in the sense that they emerge and have to do with everyday life.
And every day and every night, to use the beautiful expression of Dorothy Smith. And then another conception of morality is activated. This everyday life and the moral concerns associated with it are reclassified based on an analysis of its social organization, which is based on the separation of the public and private spheres and its gender presuppositions. In this life, the only that is precisely not considered interesting from the point of view of the dominant moral theory, impartiality is no longer a crucial requirement of morality or even justice. One of the great contributions of the feminist perspectives lie in this reevaluation of the domain of informal, so-called personal relationships. And I will go on to a conclusion that it's an example of care so that I will have time to delve deeper a little bit. I was able to access accounts by caregivers collected on the realm of a professional experience, and it is about personal hygiene actions done by the caregivers, and they have apprehensions, the feelings of disgust, of discomfort, and fear of not doing things well and harming the people. And these stories are very short, and the descriptions are precise. They shape a dramatic moment. Each story is the story of a test. It is not professional knowledge as learned during studies, nor skill and tact as professional competencies that are called into question. What is put to test is the sensitivity of the nursing assistant caught off guard, jostled by unpredictable circumstances of working with damaged, old, suffering, incontinent bodies in different contexts of the profession, such as hospitals, nursing homes, and elderly homes. And I won't have more time to talk about working conditions. Some experiences cannot be easily recounted or expressed. These are things that we don't talk about because they seem too specific or too intimate. These are points of view and experiences related to inferior positions in the social structure and in the hierarchy of organizations. What is possible to express with regard to the complexity of subjects such as intimacy and toilets is of course linked to the type of relationship in which the exchange takes place, to the trust between the protagonists, that is to say, among other things, to the certainty that these stories will not be judged. What I have learned from these stories is the moral complexity of the situations faced by care workers. The stories of caregivers show both what can be told and what cannot be said, even as they relate precisely the difficulties in holding, between inverted commas, a course of action and a position in shocking circumstances. These accounts are impressive because they attempt to put into words what happens in circumstances that arouse disgust, fear, and embarrassment.
These attempts are limited. They stop as soon as a few words are spoken about stools, incontinence, crippled limbs, as if ellipses were then used to recall the obvious, that is to say, what goes without saying and does not need to be said. Helping someone go to the toilet is a necessary task, meaning getting rid of bodily excretions, cleaning out the aged genitals, replacing filth with cleanliness. In this sense, or to put it in Mary Douglas's terms, the hygiene is one of the linchpins of a social order culturally structured by a matrix of dirt and cleanliness. And now I'm using a British sociologist's expression, Julia Trigg's expression. Defilement, degradation, decay, and death undoubtedly requires specific conditions to enable more open or more developed formulations. It is on this point that I believe reflections and analyses from all sides could make a contribution, starting by recognizing the inherent difficulty of speaking about the negativity of the body, particularly in medical language. It is the nursing assistants who are closest to these realities from which the higher echelons of the medical care hierarchy are protected, using more technical language and distancing formulas. They are the ones who could tell us what things are really happening. But is that what it's all about when we try to listen to these stories? Talking about hygiene to a precise description of vulnerability and dependence of the person being cared for, sometimes distance comes against as an element that unexpectedly brings the person being helped and the person helping closer together and reflects back to the latter the reflection of his or her own fragility and morality. Those avoidance strategies, to use the vocabulary of the author of Stigmata, Goffman, are not unspeakable. However, their effectiveness in their ability to protect the caregiver's sensitivity seems modest. In a sense, they redouble the caregiver's sense of responsibility formulated in terms of common humanity. The job of nursing assistant or caregiver is not only at the bottom of the hierarchy of care professions, but also on the edge of the stain that contaminates those who work in it. The discourse that they can develop cannot be addressed to the external audiences without the risk of being reduced to its social place. Telling the daily experiences, sharing the daily experience with others who are not part of it is to recall this place and the activity that is at its center. It may be preferable not to reinforce the social cultural shame of the job through words, including for oneself. The modesty of caregivers refraining from speaking would act as a protection, like gloves worn for washing, a fine and flexible protection that acts as a barrier against contaminating substances, the overflowing presence of the people being cared for, and the stigmatizing charge that they can convey. This is probably why the stories that recount the joy of having received thanks and gratitude from the patient for the delicacy of the washing are important and so touching for the reader, and the reader is myself in this case. The social shame is pushed back and the power relations linked to social, racial, and gender positions are momentarily put on the back burner. And this, like moments of successful contact and communication with demented patients, can be talked about, and it is possible and comforting to show the valued and valorizing aspects of care work. Thank you very much.
Bien, donc merci beaucoup Patricia pour cette
Thank you so much,
intervention très riche
Patricia,
et voilà, qui nous fait
for
accéder aussi à la complexité du
this
travail du CARE et à
this
l'enjeu de
wonderful
tisser toujours
presentation, which
ensemble
has
reconnaissance des
shown us the
voix des personnes
complexity
subalternes
inherent in
et
care
éthique et
work
politique du
and the
CARE.
challenges of
La parole
recognizing
est
the
à vous,
voices of the policies of the
Elena.
people who are considered subordinate. Now I would open the floor to participants if you want to make observations. Elena?
Magnifique conférence de la perspective du CARE et
What
de
a
l'éthique du CARE.
wonderful
Je
conference
voudrais
from the
poser une
perspective
question
of care and the
qui
ethics of care.
déjà
I would
été
like to
évoquée
ask
par
you a
Aurélie
question,
Damam dans sa présentation. C'est la question
which
de la dévalorisation
was
du
presented
travail du CARE,
before by
de los
Aurélie.
cuidadores,
It is
des
the
travailleuses
issue
du
of
CARE,
the
et
lack
que tu fais
of
une hypothèse très
attributing
forte qui est
value to the
les
work of
travailleuses du CARE sont
caregivers.
dévalorisées parce
And
qu'elles sont en
Aurélie
contact
Daman
avec
spoke
les bénéficiaires
about a
du CARE
very
ou des récipiendaires
important
du CARE, comme disait
hypothesis that
Aurélie.
says
Donc, comme ils
that
sont
these
dépendants et
caregivers are
fragiles,
not valued because they
dévalorisés
are in
eux-mêmes,
direct
et ça
contact
répercute sur
with the recipients of care because
les
these
travailleuses du CARE
recipients
qui est
are
aussi
themselves
dévalorisée.
dependent
Je
and
voulais savoir si tu
frail.
continues à utiliser
And
ou
since they are dependent and
soutenir cette
frail,
hypothèse de travail,
this
parce que
fragility
j'ai
is
entendu que
transmitted
tu
to
disais
the
ça il y a
caregivers.
très
So I
longtemps.
would like
Je
to
ne sais pas
ask
si
whether
tu,
you would
après
still
tout
defend
ce
the
que tu as fait comme travail
hypothesis of
après, si tu
work.
maintiens cette hypothèse et
I
comment tu fais
know
pour, dans
that
cette
you've been
hypothèse,
working with
prendre
care for a long
l'explication
time. And
féministe
is this a
traditionnelle que les travails du
hypothesis you
CARE est dévalorisé parce
maintain?
qu'elles font ce
And
que
if
les
you
femmes
consider
font à
the
la maison
traditional
gratuitement.
French
C'est une
explanation,
explication traditionnelle
which
féministe
says
qui n'est pas
that
en contradiction, mais quelle est
this
la
type
place
of
que tu
caregiver
donnes à
work
cette
is
position?
devalued. The feminist explanation that says that this work is not given due value because it
Merci
is
Elena
actually doing what
pour
women do
cette question
hidden
et
away
merci
within the
d'avoir
recesses
rappelé
of their home.
cette
Thank you,
hypothèse
Helena,
que
for your
j'ai
question.
élaborée dans un
Thank
article
you
qui est publié dans un
for
livre que tu
bringing
as
up this
coédité,
hypothesis that
voilà,
I
sur
worked
care
on in an
et
article that was
discrimination.
published in a book
C'est
that you
des
co-edited.
remarques autour du handicap. C'est ça, de l'analyse du handicap.
Now, this
Et
type of
alors, est-ce que j'ai
discrimination
poursuivi
regarding
avec
care
ce qui m'avait, je reviens
have
en
to do
arrière.
with
Ce qui m'avait
observations
semblé
that
intéressant,
have to
c'était
do with an
justement de
analysis
déplacer un
of
peu
deficits or
la manière
deficiencies.
d'aborder la question de la
What
dévalorisation
seemed
et
interesting then was a certain a
alors il y a un truc
shifting
dont je me
the
souviens pas
point of
vraiment, mais
view of
il me
how to
semble que
work with care.
en mettant
There's
ensemble,
one issue
en mettant en rapport
I
la
don't really
disqualification
remember
du travail
exactly
et
right
la
now, but it
disqualification des
seems that when you
destinataires de
relate
ce
the
travail, il y
lack,
avait une possibilité
the
d'analyser
dequalification of the work and
sociologiquement
the
l'organisation
dequalification of
pratique
the
et politique
recipient,
des
there
assignations
it would be
des deux
possible to make a sociological
places, quoi.
analysis of the practical and
Des
political
assignations
organizations and
voilà,
as
où
social
c'est un cercle
designations for
vicieux,
both
comme tu l'as
parties.
rappelé. Et alors, je n'ai pas vraiment continué avec ça,
This is
parce que, mais
evidently a vicious
j'ai un
cycle.
petit peu, je continue à penser que ça peut être
And
intéressant
I
d'essayer d'en
did
savoir
not
plus,
continue working along these lines, but I
puisque
do
j'ai
believe that
davantage, sous l'influence de
understanding
ma
this
voisine
might
et
be
collègue
interesting.
Aurélie, je me suis davantage intéressée
And Having been influenced by my colleague Aurélie, I became interested in the types or ways that political positions and the demands, the political and civil, of people with disabilities and their organized ways of expression. So I do believe that this is a favorable traditional feminist outlook.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Oui, je vois
Are there
Javier
any
qui
other
arrive et que je n'avais pas
questions?
vu.
Et il y a aussi Serge Pogain,
It seems Javier.
Barbara
It seems
Grandi.
Serge Pogain also has a
Gracias.
question.
Voy a hablar despacio para la traducción.
I'm just going to try to speak as slowly as possible to help our translators, our interpreters.
Sus palabras.
I really enjoyed your talk.
Joan Tronto hace un aporte muy importante.
It was really
la
excellent. Toronto has a very
esencializar,
important contribution when she speaks about the
la
importance
la
of
ética del cuidado,
bringing
los
this
estudios de género,
ethics to the
pero me parece muy
center,
importante
bringing the
su
ethics of care
observación
to
y
the
el
very
papel
core of gender
de los
studies. I think
sentimientos
your
en la
observations are
construcción
truly
de la
important
ética del
regarding
cuidado.
the role that feelings have in
Yo me he preocupado por
building care and creating
entender
care and care ethics.
la
I really
construcción de la
focused on
ética
trying to
del cuidado
understand
en
how
las trabajadoras
the
que
ethics
cuidan.
of care may be built based
Igualmente no
on
como
the
algo
caregivers
esencial,
themselves,
sino como algo que
from
se
their point of view,
construye
not as if
socialmente. Y mi pregunta
as something that is socially built.
el papel de
So
esos
my question
sentimientos
is the following.
en esa construcción,
The
lo que
role of
Angelo
feelings in
ha
this
nombrado como
construction, as Angelo said, or as Angelo
la
called it,
revalorización, ¿no? de
really
esa ética en la
adding,
práctica misma
bringing
del
new
cuidado.
value, adding new value
Entonces,
of
quisiera
this ethics
escuchar
in
un
the
poco
practice
más
of care
desde
itself.
la teoría de los
Therefore, I would like
sentimientos,
to hear from you just a bit
cómo
more on
puede
this theory of
colaborar en
feelings.
construir esa
How
ética,
can it help and support to
especialmente
build this ethics,
en
especially
los
as regards
contextos
the
organizacionales,
context
del
of
cuidado institucional,
organization,
¿no? Que tiene que ver
organizational context
con
of
las condiciones de
institutional
trabajo.
care? This is related to
Eh,
working conditions.
Esa sería mi pregunta. Gracias.
So that is my question. Thank you.
On va prendre plusieurs questions.
We'll have one more question, a few more questions. If you agree, we can collect a few questions. We have Serge Bourgam.
Oh. Go ahead. Hi. Thank you for a very
Hola.
stimulating talk. I just wanted to share some of the insights from the interviews the three of us have been doing with low-wage home care workers in the US. So it may be different than France, but it's a very similar story to what you reported, except what we were struck by often, not everyone, but many of them find ways to give meaning to the experience on their own. So sometimes it's religious. They talk about this is God's work and that sort of thing. But others, not all, some of them also say, they understand that this work is really important. They're very unhappy that it doesn't get recognized in the wider society, but they understand that this work is vital and they want to do it well and they want to help people at the end of life, you know, have dignity, etc. So I just wonder if that relates to your stories too. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Well, you'll answer to the group. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Alors, voudrais vous remercier tout d'abord de cette belle conférence et je souscris
I would
sur
like to
l'essentiel
thank
de
you
ce que
for
vous
this
avez dit
wonderful
parce que
talk.
j'accorde
And
effectivement aussi dans mes
I
travaux beaucoup
absolutely
d'importance
agree with
au rôle des
you
émotions, notamment
that,
dans les liens
and I
sociaux.
believe that everything that you said
Je
is
voudrais revenir
absolutely
sur
key.
un point qui
And
m'a frappé
it is
dans votre
really
exposé, dans la première partie
important
de
to
l'exposé,
give
notamment quand
due
vous distinguez
credit to the importance of
les
emotions.
émotions
Now, in the
individuelles,
first part of your
ordinaires,
argument,
relevant
when
du moral
you
ordinaire, et les
state
émotions
there's a difference
collectives,
between
et vous vous êtes
individual
référé là
emotions
à
or
Durkheim et
normal
Mauss,
everyday emotions
et il me
and the
semble que cette
collective emotions,
opposition est
which you
discutable,
mentioned when you
totalement
mentioned
discutable, parce que je ne
Durkheim
pense pas
and
qu'en
Mons.
sociologue, je
Now,
ne
it
pense
seems to
pas
me that
qu'on
this
puisse envisager les émotions
opposition is something
indépendamment d'un
that
processus de
bears more
socialisation.
thought, more
Les
discussion.
émotions
As a
naissent en
sociologist, I
société
don't believe
parce que
we
justement,
can
elles sont construites
consider
par
emotions
les
apart from a
expériences
process
vécues
of
que nous avons
socialization
les uns et les autres.
because
Et donc, c'est
emotions stem
cette
from society
opposition que je
because
voudrais,
they
sur laquelle je
stem
voudrais que
from
vous reveniez un peu,
experiences that
parce
are
qu'elle me
lived
semble
by us,
un peu trop
experienced by
radicale.
all of us.
Et
So
même
I
si je
would
comprends
ask you
ce que
please to speak
pourquoi
about this
vous la
opposition.
faites,
It seems to
c'est-à-dire
me
que
to
puisque
be
il me
a bit
semble que
too
vous la faites
radical.
parce
I'm,
qu'il y aurait des
I
émotions individuelles qui ne
even
seraient pas,
though
qui seraient refoulées, qui ne seraient pas
I
retenues.
understand
Mais
why
il me
you have
semble que même les
put them
émotions
in
qui sont refoulées
in
et pas
opposition.
reconnues sont
There
issues
would
d'un
be
processus de
individual
socialisation.
emotions which would not be socially recognized, but even the emotions that are unrecognized, uh, that are pushed down, they also stem from a process of socialization.
Encore deux questions? Ça va
Two
pour
more
le temps? Je
questions?
regarde Nadia.
We still have time for two more questions.
Merci.
Nadia,
Merci beaucoup pour la
thank you.
conférence. J'avais une question par
Thank
rapport
you so much for your
au
talk.
sale boulot,
I
au
have a
côté
question
stigmatisant du travail. Et je pensais à un article de
on
Daniel Carguat et Elsa
the
Galeron où
stigmatization of
elles ont
work.
parlé en termes de paradoxe que
There is a paper
les
published by
aides-soignantes ou les
Elsa
travailleuses
Galeron
du care manifestaient une
that
grande
considers this
satisfaction
issue
par rapport
and treats
à
it
leur
as a
travail comparé, par
paradox
exemple, aux ouvrières de
by which
l'industrie.
caregivers
Elles-mêmes,
spoke
elles
of a
lient
high
ça
level of
dans leur article,
satisfaction
c'est
in
une
their work
hypothèse, aux
if
continuités
compared
qu'elles peuvent
to, let's
établir entre leur
say,
travail salarié et leur travail
factory
domestique.
workers,
Moi, en
because they
particulier,
they
je lis, enfin,
connect their work
j'observe la même chose et
to
je
a
lirais davantage
continuity
au
between
travail
paid work
et à
and
cette
domestic
conscience de
work.
l'importance
Now,
de ce
personally,
travail, mais
I
j'aurais aimé savoir ce que
observe the
tu en
same
pensais.
in my work, and I
Merci.
would connect this to their understanding
Une
and
dernière question.
of the high importance of the work they do. Okay, time for one more question.
Bom, antes de tudo, muito obrigada. Ah,
Well,
oui.
firstly, thank you so much.
Muito obrigada pela conferência, que eu acho que foi
Thank you
muito
so much for your
inspiradora,
talk.
tá? E,
It was
sobretudo,
very
abre o
inspiring,
clima desse
and
nosso terceiro dia.
and it really was a
Eu
wonderful way
queria
to open our third
lhe
day of
ouvir
work
pouco
together.
mais
I would like
eh,
to hear
sobre
from
dois
you
pontos e se
on
sinta
two
inteiramente à vontade para
issues.
dizer que a gente pode
And
conversar
please,
sobre isso no café depois.
please,
Eh,
if you want to, you can say that we can
eu acho que a
discuss this over coffee
reflexão
later on.
que vocês fizeram, né,
I think
há
that
alguns anos atrás, já
the
há um
work
tempo
you did a few
considerável,
years
né,
ago,
ela
it's
é
been quite
propulsora,
a few
no
years. It
sentido de
was
ligar
a
discussão
precursor of
sobre
this
o
because it
cuidado
brought
com
together
e o cuidado com o
discussion of
trabalho,
work as
tá? Quer
ethics
dizer,
and
procurar fazer essa
work
conexão
as
e
a
encontrar as
job.
pontes através das
So
quais
trying to build
essas duas
bridges
possibilidades,
between
que por vezes
these
são
two
pensadas
possibilities
alternativamente,
that
poderiam
could
ser
be
pensadas
considered
em colisão e
alternatively
convergência,
or
eu acho que isso
instead
foi
of being
um
thought
avanço,
of
algo que
as
iluminou o campo, não
convergent
sem razão.
is something that
Entre
really
nós, os textos repercutem
brought
tanto.
that really showed us the way, that paved the
Ao
way
mesmo
for
tempo,
further
há toda
considerations.
uma linhagem que está
However,
fora dos estudos
there
do
is
cuidado
a
no
whole
sentido
train
mais
of thought
estrito
that lies
e que vai
outside
falar de
the
turn, né?
uh,
De virar
considerations
como
on
viramos, né?
caregiving, more
Emocional,
strictly
para
considered,
teorizar as
and
emoções,
it
né?
has to do
Na
with
literatura anglo-saxônica isso
theorizing
é muito forte,
emotions.
né?
This is
E tem
really
muito que ver
preponderant
com o
in
pessoal que está pensando, por
Anglo-Saxon
exemplo, a questão
literature, and it
do
has to
trabalho, a
do with
saúde,
the
as
work
instituições
of people who are
hospitalares, mas não
considering
necessariamente nessa perspectiva do
work,
care que a gente tinha.
health,
Então, meu primeiro ponto
uh,
há
hospitals, but not
pontos de
necessarily
interconexão,
based
houve
on the point of
influência
view that
desse
we
tipo
worked
de
with.
reflexão
So, was there
sobre a
any
reflexão de
influence on
vocês,
your
ou
work
ao contrário, como
of
vocês
this type,
pensam
of this
esse
point of
tipo de
view on the
reflexão?
work you
Esse era um
developed?
ponto.
And
Outro
also,
é que, no
what do you
nosso caso,
consider regarding
desde
this
o primeiro
line of
dia,
thought?
acho que a gente vem falando
Now,
disso,
another
a diferença entre
observation.
contextos, quer
From the
dizer,
very
o
first day,
contexto no
we've
qual
been
essa
pointing
relação de
out the
cuidado se
difference
estabelece,
between
ela é muito
context. The
importante para
context in
pensar
when
a
caregiving
pluralidade e
happens
a
is
interconexão
very
entre
important to think of
sentimentos,
interconnection and
emoções e
plurality,
práticas,
the
tá?
connection
O
between feelings,
domicílio, a
emotions, and
relação com a
practices,
patroa, para usar a categoria da
caregiving,
língua portuguesa, né?
or work
Mas também a
in the
instituição.
home
A Helena tem
with the
achado
boss,
muito
as we call them
interessante
in
sobre
Portuguese, a
percepções de
relationship with the
mesmo as
boss. And
trabalhadoras
I
sobre a
think
experiência
this
da
is
pandemia
very
e nos
interesting,
momentos em que elas estavam
how these workers
na instituição
understand
ou no domicílio,
the
tirando a folga no
pandemic
domicílio. E como
when
os
they were
sentimentos e
either at the
emoções, em torno do
institutions
mesmo trabalho
or
concreto, podiam
or
entrar em ebulição de uma
staying
maneira
at
muito
home,
diferente, né? Enfim, era só
because
para deixar isso lá na mesa para
their
ouvir o que você teria a
emotions
falar sobre
regarding
isso.
the
Mas
same
muito obrigado.
work could be felt very differently. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Bien, donc la parole est à toi, Patricia.
Well, you have the word, Patricia. You have the floor, Patricia.
Alors, merci pour tout
Thank
cela.
you for your
Ces belles
questions.
questions. La première question de Javier.
These questions were
Si
really
j'ai bien compris,
excellent. Now,
ça va
Javier's
mieux là.
question, the first question, if I
La première
understood what
remarque
you
de
meant,
Javier que j'ai notée, c'est ce serait
Javier's
bien que
first
l'éthique du care
observation,
soit plus
and
centrale
I
dans les
wrote it
études des
down,
gens.
is
Ça
that it
ou
would
non?
be
J'ai rien compris.
if the ethics of care, your question was, did I understand correctly? Did you mean to say that it would be good if the ethics of
Le
care
rôle
were more
et
essential
ensuite, il y
to
avait une
gender
remarque
studies?
et une
Is that your
question
question? And
sur
then an
le,
observation and a question,
le
followed by
rôle
an
des
observation and a
sentiments
question
dans la
regarding the
construction
role of
d'éthique et dans la
feelings
revalorisation, c'est ça?
in building ethics and
Et dans la
lending
pratique,
new
est-ce
value
que
to feelings, and also
en
in
fait,
the practice.
je ne vois, j'ai du mal à saisir
In fact,
vers quoi, qu'est-ce que
it's a
vise
bit
cette
hard
question?
for me to understand
Parce que c'est vrai que c'est toujours un sujet compliqué et
what
délicat.
this question would
On parle
be
trop des
about, because
sentiments,
this
ça
is
va
a
pas.
very
Si on n'en parle pas, ça va pas
complicated
non plus.
and
Donc,
delicate
c'est
issue.
très
When
difficile
you
et
start
très
speaking about
délicat de
feelings, it
l'extraire.
doesn't work, and
Là, ce
when
que
you
j'ai
don't
essayé de
mention
faire,
feelings, it doesn't
c'est
work
de
either.
dire,
So
c'est
it is a very
c'est central dans la
complex
vie nous-mêmes
issue,
quand
very
on s'occupe,
delicate,
quand
very
on est en
difficult to
relation. Hein,
treat.
Mais
What I'd
juste,
like
il
to
faut
say is
pas,
that
il me
it
semble
is
que
key,
l'erreur,
absolutely
en tout
key,
cas,
central,
d'une certaine
essential to our lives,
sociologie, je
and
reviendrai
even in
avec la
terms of
réponse à
relationships.
votre
But it
question sur Prud'homme.
seems to me a mistake
Il me semble que
of a
l'erreur
certain
d'une
type of
certaine sociologie,
sociology,
en tout cas
and going
celle
back
dans
to
laquelle moi j'ai
and
été éduquée comme bébé
answering
sociologue,
Serge Bougam's
l'erreur de
question.
cette
This
sociologie,
new
c'était de
sociology
mettre les sentiments,
is the
d'extraire les
one
sentiments
in
du
which I was
flux de
inscribed when I
l'activité
started working with sociology, and it had to do with removing sentiments, feelings from the flow of work and treating emotions as a specific category as opposed to reason. Now, once I saw that the general category of feelings and emotions is a type of category that reinforces binarity, dichotomies, with all of the effects of hierarchies, which after understanding this, I set out to show the effects of this type of category, of creating this type of categories, and I set out to try to build a counter understanding to this point of view of feelings and place them back in the flow, as Alfred Schutz would say it, putting feelings back in the flow of life, in the flow of activities, because they are a part of our lives. There is a culture today, a certain dominant culture regarding feelings and emotions. I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth between different questions. Regarding the Nadia's question on emotions, I know that dealing with emotions in journalism, when you don't have any news, people start speaking about emotions when there's no news to report. And I also see this in academia. Well, you don't agree, that's fine. So continuing regarding emotions, and then I'm going to be speaking about the work of caregivers. Serge's observations. I believe that I was not clear in my words. I'd like to say that I criticize and I absolutely disagree with what I understood and I used based on the Durkheim's tradition more than Mons's traditions, which establishes a distinction between the individual and the collective. I do not agree with that. Maybe I was not clear on that point, but I disagree. What I'd like to say is that this opposition in which you distinguish socially important emotions from socially not important emotions, emotions that are not important socially, I just like to say that I simply disagree, but it is a way in which people establish a hierarchy between social positions. So I'll go back to my text and go over it again to see whether it was clear enough.
Of course, it was built on this sociology, which is very powerful and strong in France, and it left very strong marks on the sociology of emotions in France. Another question? I agree with you. The account, I agree with Ruth. The accounts I shared here do not come from my own research. I participated in an event around these accounts. So maybe it's not, I'm not close enough to feel the difference, to sense the difference that you mentioned. The point that you make, though, is that the people who are in the bottom of the pyramid, they understand what they do very, very well. They sustain life and they're in contact with vital bodily functions. That dimension is present. The problem is that they never go up the pyramid. They remain on the bottom. And it is not because this understanding exists and is so strong that doesn't make it less shameful, socially speaking, to them. Natasha? I think along the same lines, in terms of the comparison between Javier, who spoke about industry workers, I agree with you more than with that comparison. I think this is not clearly connected to the continuities and the forms of work. However, the social and moral importance of the tasks performed is. Well, I forgot Nadia's question. Differences in context. Well, I had to sum up very quickly. It is very difficult. It's very difficult to analyze all the differences in context. What I understood based on the work of those caregivers is that aspect of going from one place to another very quickly. There is no time to ensure a relationship, and I wasn't able to say that. That was something lacking in my presentation, and we can talk about the rest over coffee. Thank you very much. I hope I did not forget anything. I answered all the questions.
Merci à Patricia pour cette belle conférence.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Patricia, for the wonderful conference. I think some other people would like to ask questions, but they will be able to ask those questions over coffee. Thank you.
Recording stopped. A minha capacidade poliglota vai dizer apenas bom dia, buenos dias, good morning e bonjour. Eu estava brincando aqui na mesa que o meu projeto Alzheimer, eu tenho um
Recording in
projeto Alzheimer,
progress.
né?
My
Prevenção de Alzheimer. Quer
ability,
aprender
my
francês
language
para a terceira
ability
idade, como eu já
just
estou na terceira
enables
idade, né? Já
me
sou idosa.
to
Então eu vou
speak
aprender francês, que é o
bonjour
meu
and
sonho.
nothing
Sempre quis
else
falar francês. Então, juro,
in French.
esse será o meu
And I was
projeto.
joking and saying that this is
Eu
my
queria agradecer a
elderly
presença de todos vocês e queria agradecer muito
my
a professora
elderly
Nádia, que ela
project.
sempre
And
briga
since
comigo
I
quando ela
am
chama de
already an old
professora, mas eu
person,
falei que eu também vou
I
conseguir
will start
evoluir nesse
studying French
sentido.
pretty
Agradecer pelo
soon.
convite, agradecer a
And I
todos
would
por
like
estarem
to
aqui.
thank
Meu nome é
Professor
Ieda
Nadia.
Duarte.
She
Eu tenho o prazer e a
always
honra de coordenar essa mesa
complains when
aqui
I
no
call
último
her a
dia
professor, but I
do
will
terceiro
call her
colóquio
a professor
internacional do
anyway. My
projeto
name is
Requers, né?
Yeda,
E eu estou com pessoas muito
and
especiais
I
nesta
am
mesa e
here
vocês vão
on
entender
this
por quê.
panel
Eu sou
with
enfermeira de formação,
many
sou
special
docente
people.
aqui da Universidade de
I'm
São
a
Paulo.
nurse.
Atualmente eu
I
estou na
teach
diretoria
here
do
at the
Hospital Universitário, que
University of
também é da
Sao Paulo.
Universidade de São Paulo,
I'm
e eu
in
coordeno o
the board
estudo
of the
longitudinal que
University
completa em
Hospital,
2025
and
25 anos de
I've been
acompanhamento da população idosa
coordinating
residente em São
a
Paulo, que é
longitudinal
o maior volume de
study
idosos que existe no
that
país. Nós temos
will
2
be
milhões de idosos na
25
cidade de São Paulo,
years
né? E, portanto, eu
old
trabalho necessariamente
this
com
year,
pessoas idosas,
and
cuidados,
which is the
cuidadores,
largest
famílias.
study on
Talvez por
elderly
isso eu
people
esteja
in
aqui
Brazil
nessa
in the
mesa
city of Sao
tão
Paulo.
importante que vai
And this
discutir
is
as questões do cuidado,
probably why
do
I'm here in this
envelhecimento.
very important panel
Comigo
that
nesta
will
mesa, como eu já comentei,
discuss
temos pessoas muito especiais.
aging and the
Eu vou
elderly. Here
apresentá-las
on this
inicialmente,
panel,
depois nós daremos
I have
seguimento às falas.
many special people.
A
I
primeira
will introduce
apresentação,
them, and then
denominada
we will go
Envelhecimento
on
Ativos,
to
Cargos e
the
Encargos, Trabalho, Dívidas e
presentations.
Familismo no do
The
cotidiano das
first
pessoas idosas no Brasil.
presentation
Será apresentado pela professora
will be
Gita Glindeberg,
presented by
professora emérita
Professor
do Departamento
Gita
de Antropologia do
Gindeberg,
Instituto de
who is an
Filosofia e Ciências
emeritus
Humanas da
professor at
Universidade Estadual de Campinas, a
the
Unicamp,
State University of Sao
pesquisadora do
Paulo.
CNPq,
She's a
autora do livro
researcher
Reinvenção da
and the
Velhice,
author
que foi
of the book
premiado com o
Reinvention
Prêmio
of
Jabuti
Aging,
em
which
2000,
was
e
awarded
também
with
do
the
livro
Jabuti
Desafios do
Prize
Cuidado,
in the
dentre
year
vários
2000,
outros que ela
and
já
the book
fez.
Challenges of
Pesquisadora
Care,
proponente do
among many
projeto Who
others.
Cares e
She
membro
is
da
a
rede
researcher of the
Cuide.
Who Cares
Professora
project
Gita
and member
desenvolveu esse
of
trabalho
the
com o Jorge
Fuji
Félix, que também é
network,
professor
and
da
she
Universidade de São Paulo e
developed
atualmente
this
está fazendo
study with
pós-doutorado
Professor
no Núcleo de
Jorge
Estudos de
Felix,
Gênero
who
da
is also a
Unicamp e
professor
também é
at
membro
the
da Rede
University of
Cuide.
Sao Paulo and is getting his postdoctoral degree.
E que atualmente está em
And
Paris, deve estar no
currently
YouTube
he
nos
is
ouvindo e por isso
in
vai estar aqui
Paris.
conosco hoje.
He is listening to
Senão me
us on
ajudaria
YouTube, and this is
apesar que a
why
professora Helena
he
está
is
aqui do
not
meu
here
lado, não teria
today.
problema nenhum.
Otherwise, he would help me with
A segunda
French.
mesa
And the
denominada
panel
O
is
Público
Active
e o
Aging,
Privado,
Burdens
Diferenças e
and Charges,
Semelhanças
Work
entre o
and Deaths
Trabalho
in
do
the Daily
Cuidado
Lives
nos
of Brazilian
Domicílios
Elderly
e
People. The
Instituições do
second
Brasil.
presentation
Vai ser
is called
apresentado
The
pelo
Public and the
Daniel
Private,
Grossman.
Differences
Daniel
and
é doutor em
Similarities
Serviço
between Care
Social,
Work in Homes and
professor e pesquisador
Institutions
da Escola
in Brazil, and it
Politécnica
will be
Saúde Joaquim
presented
Venâncio,
by
da
Professor
Fiocruz,
Daniel
pesquisa
Grossman
as
with
condições
the
de
Osvaldo
trabalho de
Cruz
cuidadores, dentre
Foundation, and he
várias outras
researches
coisas.
on the work and the care work
Vamos ver se melhora.
profession.
Melhorou?
Let's see whether I
Então tá
sound
bom.
better.
Eu não vou
Is it
repetir
better?
tudo de novo, vocês vão
I
ficar
won't
cansados,
repeat
né?
everything, otherwise it
Eu
will be
estava falando
very
aqui do
tired.
Daniel,
But
e o
I was
Daniel
just
também é
talking
pesquisador
about
proponente do
Daniel,
projeto
and
Who
he is
Cares e membro
a
da Rede
researcher in
Cuide.
the Who
Com o
Cares
Daniel,
project and
neste
the
trabalho,
Cuide network.
entraram como coautores a
With
Dália
Daniel,
Romero, que é doutora em saúde
the
pública pela Fiocruz,
co-authors are
pesquisadora
Dalia
no Laboratório
Romero,
de
who is a
Transformação em
researcher
Saúde
at the
do Instituto de
Fiocruz
Comunicação e
Foundation,
Informação
and
Científica e
from the
Tecnológica da
Institute
Saúde.
of
A
Communication
Jordana Cristina de
uh,
Jesus, professora adjunta do
in- of
Departamento de
Technological
Demografia e
Research
Ciências
on
Atuárias da
Health,
Universidade
and
Federal do Rio
Jordana,
Grande do
who is a
Norte,
professor at
onde
the
coordena o
University of Rio
Laboratório
Grande
de
do
Estudos de
Norte, where
Gênero
she
e População.
coordinates the gender
Pesquisadora
studies,
proponente do
and
CNPq,
she is a
sobre
researcher
cuidado,
for
as
the
desigualdades e a pandemia
CNPq
entre a
on care,
família,
inequalities, and the
Estado e o
pandemic
mercado. E também é membro
in
da
the
Rede
realms of the
Cuide.
family,
A
state,
Ana
and the
Bárbara
market,
Araújo,
and a
professora
member of
associada do
the
Departamento
Cuide
de Ciências
network. Then
Sociais, também da
Professor Ana
Universidade
Bárbara
Federal do Rio Grande do Norte,
Araújo at the
coordena o
University of Rio
Laboratório de
Grande do
Pesquisa
Norte,
sobre
who
Interseccionalidade e
coordinates
Saúde
a
e
laboratory on
trabalha com pesquisa,
intersectionality
trabalho
and health.
doméstico
and she researches on domestic work, inequality, public policies, emotions, and feminism.
tudo
autism,
proponente. Por
and
exemplo,
she's a
Ruquer é membro da Rede
member
CUT.
of
E o Léo
the Who
Ramos Maia,
Cares
que é doutorando em saúde pública
project
pela Escola
and the
Nacional de
Cuide
Saúde
Network,
Pública
and Leo
Sérgio
Maia,
Arouca, que é da
who
Fiocruz,
is
e pesquisador do Grupo
a
de Informações
researcher
de
at
Saúde
the
e Envelhecimento. E
university
a terceira
at the,
mesa, eu já fiz a minha
of
tarefinha
Oswaldo
aqui, como
Cruz
falei com a professora
Foundation,
Helena, como é
and
que eu falo
the
francês?
third
Eu fiz uma
panel,
tradução livre do
whose
título, mas ela me corrigiu para
title
eu não falar
was
nada
in
errado, tá
French.
bom? Então, ela será intitulada Experiências Cruzadas
Is
e Exploração de
named
Percepções
Interweaving
entre
Experiences
domicílios e
and Exploring
instituições como
Perceptions between
beneficiário e
homes
prestador
and
de cuidados
institutions
no
as a
Brasil ou na
beneficiary of
França.
or
E essa
provider of
mesa será
care in
apresentada
Brazil
pelas
and
duas
or in
apresentadoras
France.
aqui
And
do meu lado.
it will
A professora
be
Helena
a
Irata, que é diretora de
presentation by
pesquisa
Professor
emérita do
Helena
Centro Nacional de
Irata,
Pesquisa Científica
who
da França,
is a member
vinculada ao
of the Center for
Laboratório de Gênero,
Sociological
Trabalho e
and Political
Mobilidade do
Research in
Centro de Pesquisas
Paris.
Sociológicas e Políticas de Paris.
And
É professora associada do
she is
programa de
also an
pós-graduação em
associate
Sociologia daqui da
professor
USP,
in the
integra o comitê
graduate
diretivo da
program
Rede
in
Internacional
sociology at USP,
Interdisciplinar
and she is a
MAGE
member
e
of an
integra a coordenação do
interdisciplinary
projeto Rouquaires na
network
França.
and
Ela dividirá
integrates the
essa
Who Cares
apresentação
project
com
in
a
France,
Michele,
and
que está
she
aqui também
will
do meu lado,
uh,
Michele Redondo, que é
present together with
pesquisadora de
Michelle
pós-doutorado do Centro de
Redondo, who
Pesquisas
is a
Sociológicas e Políticas de
postdoctoral
Paris
researcher
e atua
at
na
the
equipe
Center for
francesa do projeto
Sociological and
internacional
Political
Rouquaires.
Research in
Aí,
Paris,
depois que vocês
and
ouvirem todas essas
works in the
apresentações que serão
international,
brilhantes, nós
in
teremos
the
o
French
prazer de
team of
ouvir
the Who
a
Cares project. And
professora
after
Cláudia
that,
Fonseca, que é
we
doutora
will have
em
the pleasure
Sociologia
of
pela Escola de
listening to
Estudos
Professor
Avançados em Ciências
Claudia
Sociais
Fonseca,
e
who
Etnologia da
is
Universidade de Nanterre.
a
Foi
professor
professora
at
titular de
Nanterre.
Antropologia da
She was
Universidade do Rio Grande do
also a
Sul e
full
atualmente é
professor at the
professora
University of Rio Grande do
colaboradora
Sul,
dessa mesma
and
instituição.
she
Ela é membro
collaborates with the
titular da
same
Academia
institution
Brasileira
today. She
de
is a
Ciências e
member of the
coautora
Brazilian
do
Science
livro
Academy
Políticas de
and
Proteção à
co-author
Infância no
of
Olhar
various books
Antropológico. Membro
on
do Conselho Consultivo
anthropology and
Brasileiro do
childhood, and a
projeto
member of the
Rouquaires.
Brazilian
Feitas as
Consulting
apresentações, só vou lembrar a
board of the
mesa
Who Cares
que
project.
temos 15
After the
minutos de
introductions,
apresentação para
I
cada
will
autor. Esse papel
remind
é horrível
everyone
na
that we
pessoa que
have
fica aqui no meu
15
lugar.
minutes of
Compartilho
presentation
com o colega que falou isso ontem, porque as
authors, and that's
apresentações são
a
brilhantes, a gente tem que
horrible
cortar as pessoas, é
place.
horrível isso.
I have a horrible
Teremos 20 minutos
position
para a
here.
professora
I
Cláudia
have to
fazer o
cut
debate. Esperamos ter
them
20
when they
minutos
go
para que o
beyond their
público
time.
também
We will
possa
have 20
participar com as
minutes for
suas perguntas.
Professor Claudia
Então,
to
vamos dar
discuss the
início,
presentations,
professora
and
Guita,
20 minutes
com a
for
sua fala. Eles querem que a gente
questions and
fale pertinho do
answers.
microfone.
And we will start with the Professor Gita's
Alô, dá para ouvir?
presentation.
Ok.
Hello, can you listen
Então,
to
eu
me?
quero
Can you hear
reiterar
me?
os
I
agradecimentos,
would like to
parabenizar a organização desse evento, que
congratulate the
está
organization of this
promovendo
event
a
that
possibilidade
is
de um
promoting the
intercâmbio, de uma
possibility of an
discussão
exchange and a
extremamente rica,
discussion that is
extremamente
extremely
produtiva, né?
rich and
E quero
productive.
também agradecer a
I would
Sofia
also
Mortari,
like
que
to
fez os
thank
slides que eu vou
Sofia
apresentar e que
Mortara,
vai me
who
ajudar
created the
aqui
slides that I'm going to
apresentando,
present and who will
apresentando os
help
slides,
me
né? Eu vou
to
ler de forma
present the
poder
slides. I
ficar no
will
tempo
read so that
combinado.
I
Então, já pode
will
colocar o
respect
segundo
the
slide,
time
né? E eu vou
that
começar dizendo
we
que o
agreed upon.
conceito de
And I will
envelhecimento
start with
ativo
the second
entrou
slide
para a
saying
agenda
that the
internacional
concept
de políticas
of
públicas.
active aging
Alô?
entered
Tá
the
dando? De
international
políticas
public policy
públicas.
agenda
E em 2002, a
at the end of
Organização
the
Mundial de
1990s,
Saúde
and in
adotou
2002, the World
oficialmente o
Health
conceito e o
Organization
definiu
officially
como um
adopted the
processo
concept
de
and defined it
otimização
as
das
a process
oportunidades
of
de saúde,
optimizing opportunities for
participação,
health,
segurança, com o
participation,
objetivo de
and
melhorar
security
a
with the aim
qualidade
of
de vida
improving
à
quality of life
medida que as
as
pessoas
people
ficam
get
mais velhas. Eu
older.
citei entre aspas, né?
And
O
that was
envelhecimento
a quote.
ativo se opõe
Active
à visão
aging
mais
is opposed
tradicional
to the
dos primeiros
more
estudos de
traditional
gerontologia, que
view
tendia a ver
in
o avanço da idade
gerontology
como
that
uma situação
tended to
marcada pela
see
decadência física,
advancing age
perda
as
de
a
papéis
situation marked
sociais,
by physical
e
decay
as sociedades
and loss of
modernas não
social
tinham um
roles,
papel para
given
os
that
velhos.
modern
Os velhos
societies
eram tidos
did
como
not
uma
provide a
minoria
specific role or
desprivilegiada
activity for the elderly.
e a ideia do
They were
envelhecimento
considered an
ativo se opõe
underprivileged
a essa visão,
minority, and the
tentando
notive
realçar notion of active aging highlights the gains that old age can provide. In Brazil, it was mainly from the 1980s onwards that the issue of the rights of the elderly gathered strength. So that decade was significantly marked by the transformation of the elderly into a new political actor, subject of rights, legitimated by the federal constitution, which was valid from 1988. And I will pass on to the third slide because the trend in Brazil is saying that nothing has been done until now, but that's not true. We had many important things that are here on the slide, and I would like to highlight the ordinance of the elderly people who establishes the rights of old citizens, especially priority, preferential service in public and private bodies, priority in the processing of judicial and administrative proceedings, half price for cultural and leisure activities, and the continuous payment benefits, methods were one minimum wage offered to those over 65 who are unable to provide for their own subsistence. So a series of rise, and I believe that's a big advancement. But we know that this is an intricate paradox where laws are very often not obeyed. We don't always see the practices that are related to that legislation being enforced. What happens is that many of those advantages have been given to the elderly people with full functional autonomy, those who are called the young elderly. So the program for the so-called third age, which is another phrase used in Brazil, include community centers, open universities with specific programs, many of the universities, by the way, and you can see groups that bring together the sector that call themselves the best age in various municipalities. Even when the elderly population is not as big. In other words, the activities of those programs are dances, balls, tour, excursions, courses, theater, choir, crafts, gymnastics, and these programs depend on an autonomy, a functional autonomy. But the commitment to active aging conceal the problems typical of older age that are related to the loss of cognitive abilities, physical and emotional controls, the dependent aging, old age, and the increasing demand for care just recently has emerged just recently in the discussions. And I will go on to slide number 4, which are the institutions for the so-called dependent old age. And I will speak very briefly on the national care policy because it was discussed in depth yesterday. I would like to highlight the institutions of the justice system, particularly the public prosecutor's office, public defender's office, and the police stations focused on the protection of the elderly. And finally, the payroll credit aimed at increasing the economic availability retirees through bank loans. And we can go on to the fifth slide. I would just like to highlight a few things. I will go on to the national care policy, but it deals with the right to care, to be cared for, and self-care turned into human rights. We had the introduction of the idea that care is in the sphere of work, and that opens up possibilities for a new labor order. And the issue of gender also gains some highlights, but there is a kind of feminism that is present, which highlights the idea that the state is co-responsible together with the family, and that is present in the national care policy. And I quote, in the second article, it states that it is the duty of the state, including the union, the states, and the federal district and the municipalities, within the scope of their competencies and attributions, in co-responsibility with families, the private sector, and civil society. In other words, the idea of the national policy was created within a secretary or a department, which is called the National Department for Care Policies and Family Policies. So the centrality of the family is present here, and the judicial in terms of the judicial system, the violence against the elderly people exemplifies the dilemmas involved in the centrality of family responsibility for care. In the 90s, we saw a heightened sensitivity towards the older population, which led to the creation of specific services in different bodies of the justice system to cater to the segment of people aged 60 and over. Thus, in virtually all Brazilian states, there is a police station specialized in combating violence against the elderly, and the public prosecutor's office and the public defender's office have sections that are dedicated to serving the elderly population, both in capital cities and some towns in various states. Let's go on to the sixth slide, where the violence against the elderly is defined in the ordinance of the elderly people, is defined as any action or omission in a single or repeated episode that causes physical, emotional, or financial harm, and that results in suffering to an elderly person within a relationship in which there is an expectation of trust, and I unquote. The categories and typologies to criminalize the various forms of violence are mainly abandonment, neglect, and abuse, which includes physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. These are the most recorded violations in all the institutions. Let's go on to the next slide, where it states, we read that there is a consensus among the agents of these institutions that these violations occur mainly in the home environment, and the accused are generally children, grandchildren, and other relatives in most cases who live in the elderly victim's own home. And it is consensual among prosecutors, delegates, and defenders that there is an underreporting of violence against the elderly because they do not want to report relatives, which prevents real knowledge of the data. And in addition, all justice agents agree that institutions cannot do without holding a kind of conciliation, summoning the elderly person and their accused relatives in order to offer clarifications on the rights and responsibilities of the parties in conflict. Conciliatory measures as well as self-compositional methods, mediation and conciliation have increasingly gained space in the work of the public prosecutor's office, public defender's offices, and police stations, mainly for cases involving family conflicts. They are thought of as ways to simplify, reduce bureaucracy, and informalize social and legal relationships and speed up the care of the elderly people at an advanced age and in precarious health conditions. There is, therefore, in the judicialization of care for the elderly people, a process of de-judicialization of violence. So according to our constitution, parents have to raise their minor children, and the children who are older have the duty of caring for their parents. And the next slide speaks of the financial problem. And we must make very clear that in the action by the judicial institutions, there is a kind of coercitive harmony, according to anthropologist Laura Nader. The penalty for abandoning an elderly person involves 6 months imprisonment in addition to a fine.
Now, moving on to slide 9. When you speak about credit and credit lines, there is an automatic discount for personal bank loans, which would be the greatest guarantee against any type of default. Their interest rate is lower because there is no risk of default for the financial system. As Lana Lavina says, she is here because the collateral is guaranteed by the state itself. Moving on to slide 10, which shows us the categories of loans. And nowadays, these categories are being expanded. But I wanted to say is that among these 73% of the people who obtain loans have an income of up to 2 minimum wages. Now, these data indicate that access to credit for some sectors of the population means that means the real possibility of social reproduction. Felix sent me a message saying, "Don't forget to speak about financial education." So, what is going on now? As a response to this debt that involves reproduction itself, financial education stands as a counterpoint. Now, the global newspaper is mentioning, and now I'm going to speak very ironically, is that in Brazil we will no longer have poor, we will have people in debt. Now, I just really need to wrap up now. We had other slides, but we need to move on to the last slide. What I wanted to say, and this is described on screen, is that there is certainly concern in Brazil about old age, about the elderly population who are dependent on care. However, care is still seen as a family responsibility. From a political actor and a subject of rights, the elderly person undergoes a transformation. They tend to be transformed into a father, grandmother, a member of the family. So to what extent does quote unquote familism compromise the facticity of care policy proposals that involve the executive, the judiciary, and the labor market? Thank you.
Muito obrigada, professora.
Thank you,
Agora, dando
Professor.
continuidade, queria convidar o Daniel.
Moving on, I will invite Daniel.
Tá bom, tá bom, tá bom. Obrigado,
Okay.
graças. Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you,
Thank you.
gracias, merci beaucoup,
E aqui
obrigado.
acabou o meu vocabulário.
And that's where I run out of vocabulary.
Nádia, muito
That's as far
obrigado
as
pelo
I go.
convite.
Nadia, thank you so much for
Esse
the
texto,
invitation.
ele estava há bastante tempo
This
na
text
minha lista de
was
pendências. E que bom
in
que essa
my
questão que...
to-do list. It was in my to-do list for
Então,
such a long time, and I'm so happy to be
primeiro dizer,
able to
texto escrito a
conclude.
muitas mãos.
So first,
muito
I'd like to
gratos
say that
pelas
this
ajudas,
work
pelas
was
conversas,
written
pelas
in
parcerias,
co-authorship with
pelas
so much help
diferentes
from the
visões,
partnerships
nem sempre
and the different
concordantes em
points of
tudo,
view, which
que deram,
which don't
trouxeram à
always
luz esse
agree
trabalho.
on everything, that have brought this work to light.
Público e privado, diferenças e semelhanças
Between the
entre trabalho de cuidado
differences
nos
and
domicílios e
similarities
instituições no
between the
Brasil,
care work in
a
homes
ideia
and institutions throughout
é a
Brazil.
gente discutir
So the idea
como
here
que
is to
aquilo
discuss
que a gente denomina como cuidadoras remuneradas de pessoa
what
idosa
the
não
people
são
whom we
grupo
call
homogêneo.
paid
Existem subgrupos dentro
care
desse
for
grupo
the
e
elderly
nesse
is not
caso
a
em particular
homogeneous group. In
que eu vou
fact,
estar
there
trazendo uma
are
análise
several
comparativa
subgroups, and I will
entre
be
as
presenting
cuidadoras que atuam nos domicílios,
comparative
nas casas
analysis
de família
between
e aquelas que atuam em
caregivers who work in
instituições,
family
instituições
homes
para idosos,
and those who
nursing
work
homes
in
em inglês, enfim, não sei o
institutions,
termo em todas as
nursing
línguas.
homes. I don't know
É,
exactly the name in other languages.
o próximo. Então,
Next slide, please.
subvertendo aqui a ordem,
Now,
enfim, eu trouxe uma
I'm
citação que não está no texto, tá,
subverting
Cláudia?
the other
Mas
an order.
é porque eu
I
achei que era
brought a
interessante
quote
ilustrar
which was
pouco do
not
que
in
a
the
gente está
text that I
falando.
submitted.
Essa é uma
Why
mensagem que
did I
recebi em
do that? Because I wanted
2023,
to illustrate what we're going
de
to
uma
be speaking
ex-aluna
about.
minha, a Violeta.
This is a message
Ela tinha sido
I
minha aluna
got
em
in
2014
2023 from a
e me
former
escreveu
student
9
of
anos
mine called
depois pedindo
Violeta. She'd been a
ajuda.
student of
Minha
mine
aluna
in
no curso para
2014 and
cuidadores que
she
eu
reached out to
coordenava.
me 9 years later,
Então, ela me mandou
seeking
essa
help. She
mensagem
used to be a
e
student of
dizia o
mine in a
seguinte, mandou
course
pelas
in
redes
which I was
sociais.
coordinator. So she sent
Trabalho numa
this
casa há 4 anos.
through
Quando
social media.
iniciei,
She said
a
this
idosa
to me.
não era
I've
tão
been working in
dependente.
a home for
Eu
4
cuidava
years.
da
When I
casa
started
e
working there,
fazia comida.
the
Porém,
elderly woman
hoje
wasn't
ela é
as dependent
cadeirante,
as she is today. And I looked
totalmente
after the house
dependente
and I
e
prepared
está
the
cada dia
food. I did the
mais
cooking.
debilitada.
However, today
A
she's
filha quer que eu
wheelchair bound,
trabalhe
totally
segunda a
dependent,
sábado
and getting weaker
e
every day.
continue
Her
fazendo
daughter
tudo na
wants me to
casa,
work from Monday to
na casa
Saturday
e no
and
cuidado
keep
da
on
pessoa
doing
idosa.
everything
Só que está
that has to
ficando
do with
muito
housework and
cansativo.
taking care
Com
of the
todo esse
elderly person.
estresse,
But it's
eu
getting so
adquiri crise de
tiring.
ansiedade
With
e
all the
estou me
stress, I've
sentindo
had
muito cansada.
an anxiety
Não queria
attack and I'm
pedir demissão.
feeling
Na verdade, ela não
very
podia
tired.
pedir demissão.
I didn't want to resign. In
Então,
fact, she
gostaria de uma
couldn't
orientação.
resign.
O que devo
So I'd
fazer?
like some
Esse
guidance.
foi o
What should
pedido de
I do?
ajuda.
So this was her
E
plea for help.
porque essa foi uma situação muito captada por
Now,
essa pesquisa.
this
São
is
essas
the
pessoas que
typical situation which
realizam trabalho
this
direto ou
survey
indireto em
captured. These
jornadas de
people who
trabalho
deliver direct or
além do que a
indirect
legislação
care
permite e que estão em
with
situação de
workloads that go
sofrimento
way beyond what the
enfim, de
legislation
sofrimento
allows
mental
for and who are in a
isso é muito
situation that
característico do
entails
trabalho
mental suffering.
doméstico e
And this
domiciliar
is
das
a
cuidadoras e
hallmark
talvez não
of
aconteça
domestic
tanto, ou
and home
aconteça muito
care
menos em instituição.
delivered
A
by
instituição é um espaço
caregivers,
público, sujeito à
this happens
fiscalização,
much
tem
less
CNPJ, tem uma
in
reputação
institutions.
pública, diferente
Institutions
do
are
domicílio,
public
quando foi
spaces. They're subject
mencionado aqui, a
auditing. They have a
inviolabilidade do
public
lar, que nunca é
identity,
fiscalizada.
a public
Próximo, por
reputation, which
favor.
is very different
Os
from the home.
dados desse
The home
estudo
is
são de uma pesquisa chamada
non-violable, right?
Cuida Covid,
And it's
a
never
pesquisa
audited.
nacional
So
sobre as
this
pessoas
data
cuidadoras
is
idosas na pandemia de Covid-19.
from
Essa
a
pesquisa
survey
foi
called
realizada em
Cuida Covid, it's a national
2020,
survey on
antes da
caregivers for the
vacinação
elderly
se
during the
iniciar no
COVID-19
Brasil, entre
pandemic.
agosto e novembro de
This survey
2020.
took
Teve
place
a
between August
participação
and
de
November
cerca de
2020
5.800
before
pessoas. A
vaccination
amostra depois
started
foi
in
ajustada para
Brazil.
4.900. Incluiu cuidadoras
And it
familiares e também
included
cuidadoras
over 5,000
remuneradas.
people, and it
A
included
análise que
family
nós vamos fazer
caregivers and
aqui
paid
é
caregivers.
especificamente
Now, the
com
analysis
as
we'll be
cuidadoras
doing here today
remuneradas
is
entre
specifically
elas foram
regards
selecionadas
specifically
somente
the
aquelas
paid
que
caregivers.
declararam
And between these
trabalhar
paid
em só
caregivers,
local
we selected
para que a
only those who
comparação
declared to work
fosse
at one
possível.
workplace to ensure
91% eram do
comparison, for
gênero
comparison
feminino,
purposes.
então a gente excluiu as pessoas
So
do gênero masculino
91%
para
of
fazer
these
uma distinção de
caregivers were
gênero.
female, therefore we excluded all male
Então a
caregivers
nossa amostra final
for our
é de
analysis, and our
1.395
final
cuidadoras
sample
remuneradas
size for
por
this
ser idosa.
comparative analysis was
Bom, o que que a gente tem
1,395 paid
de
caregivers of
resultados?
elderly people.
Primeiro
So what
que
were
das
our
pessoas que
results?
participaram,
Our main
62%
results. Firstly,
atuavam em domicílios e
62%
32%
of
em
the people
instituições.
in the
Essa é
survey
uma
worked
proporção
in homes
diferente
and
do que a gente tem nas
32.6%
nossas
in
estatísticas
institutions.
produzidas pelo
Now,
governo. A gente tem
this
algo
is
chamado
different from the
PNAD
results
aqui,
of
não
the
sei como se
statistics
traduz, a
obtained
Pesquisa
from the
Nacional por Amostragem de
government
Domicílio,
survey,
uma
the
pesquisa do
national
governo que é feita
survey
anualmente
through
sobre as
home
características da
samplings.
população.
It's a yearly
Na
survey
PNAD,
that
a
determines the
proporção de
characteristics, the
cuidadoras
features
domiciliares
of
é
our population.
86%.
Now, for
A gente conseguiu ter
PNAD,
uma
the
adesão maior
number
de cuidadoras institucionais. Por quê?
of
Metodologia de pesquisa diferente.
home cares is
Um
82%.
questionário de
Why was our
autopreenchimento mais
number
difícil a
different?
gente
Because
conseguir
the
alcançar o
type
público das cuidadoras
in a
domiciliares que estão mais isoladas.
self-declared
Quando a gente divulga para uma pessoa que atua numa instituição, ela
questionnaire, it's
divulga para os
harder
colegas
to
e a gente
obtain
assim
other types of,
consegue uma
data.
maior
When you're working
adesão.
in an institution,
É,
one person tells the other, they tell the colleagues, and
além
therefore we
disso,
were able to obtain more
assim, em termos
representativeness
de
from institutions.
características,
In terms of
enfim,
characteristics, of
de raça,
features,
cor, não vimos diferença entre
in
as
terms of
domiciliares
race and
institucionais,
color, there was no
mas
difference
havia
between
uma
home
diferença especificamente. As cuidadoras das
caregivers
instituições, elas eram
and
mais
institutional
novas.
caregivers.
Não
But there
temos
was
uma
one
explicação para isso,
important
uma
difference.
hipótese de que os empregos
The
nas
caregivers
instituições, por
working within
oferecerem
the
melhores
homes tend
condições
to
de
be
trabalho,
older.
são mais
Those,
disputados,
the
e
caregivers
talvez
in
as mais jovens
institutions were
consigam
younger.
esses
Maybe
postos de
because
trabalho.
those roles are more sought after, and therefore
E aqui
young
na nossa
people
análise,
are
a gente
employed at a higher
trabalha
rate.
com
Now, in
duas
our
variáveis de
analysis, we
desfecho. Uma
work with
delas
two
é a
variables.
presença de jornada exaustiva de
One
trabalho.
of
O
the
que quer dizer
variables
isso,
was
jornada exaustiva de trabalho?
exhaustive working
Através das
hours.
informações,
What
a
does
gente perguntou
exhaustive
quantos dias
working
você
hours
trabalha e
means?
quantas horas
We
você
asked
trabalha
them
por
how
dia.
many days do you work and how many
E
hours per
aquilo
day.
que excedeu o que é permitido na legislação
Now,
brasileira,
all the
ou
work
seja, mais
hours
de 44 horas por
that are
semana,
over what
mais de
Brazilian
3
legislation
plantões
allows,
de
that
12
is
horas, ou
over
ainda
44 hours
plantões
per
com mais de
week
12
or
horas de duração, porque a
over
legislação não permite
3 12-hour
plantões além de 12
shifts
horas,
or
nós
shifts
chamamos de
beyond
jornada
12
exaustiva de trabalho.
working hours.
Tá?
We call this overtime exhaustive
Então,
working hours.
comparando, e sim,
So when you
eu tinha que decidir
compare,
que língua ia ser, né? A
well,
apresentação
I
não tinha em
needed to
português,
decide which
mas em
language I was going
roxo,
to give my presentation
tudo que
in,
se
and I
refere às
chose
cuidadoras
Portuguese.
institucionais está em roxo,
Everything that has
e
to
tudo
do
que se
with
refere às cuidadoras
institutions
domiciliares
is
está em
in
verde, né?
purple, and
Então,
everything that refers to
no
home
gráfico
caregiving is in
mais
green
acima,
on screen. So you can see that the bar on the top of the graph you can see that exhaustive working hours was over double for household caregivers if compared to institutional caregivers.
Para o gráfico. Falando do gráfico que está mais embaixo, que
Now moving
trabalha
on
na
to the next
informalidade,
line,
ou seja,
the last line, which is informal work, that is your work, is your paid, is your work formal or informal? The informality rate was high for both. Half of the institutional workers are informally hired, but as you can see, the household caregiver situation was much worse than the institutional, but this does not mean that the working conditions for institutional workers, working environments are great. But as you can see, 75%, 3 out of every 4 household caregivers are informal. Informality was a factor of protection as regards the workload. The correlation of variables shows this. I cannot present this visually in detail, but it is in my paper. Please don't look at my hands. As regards the providing direct or indirect care, we asked them what type of activity they did, and we classified them into either direct or indirect care. So you can see that indirect care ranked 50% higher in household workers, but it was very interesting that half of the institutional workers also said that they deliver indirect care. And the thing that came up the most was cleaning the institution. Next slide, please. There's an interesting data when we compared income, and the income is not that different between institutional and households. It is a bit better for household caregivers. Why do household caregivers earn better wages? They work much more. So even though they work much more, their hourly income is lower. In other words, they need to work many hours in excess to earn more or less what institutional caregivers earn. So they need to work hours on end, overloading their bodies, their health, taxing their health to be paid. Okay, we're almost finished here. Next slide, please. Another variable was the occurrence, what we call a bad mood state. Now, this was based on the results of questions on feelings, whether people felt sad or depressed, or whether they felt anxious or nervous. And when they said that many times and always for both questions, we considered this a bad mood or a bad state of mind, a negative state of mind. So this was quite high between institutional workers, 40%, and still higher between household caregivers. And correlating this data with other variables, we did not find any type of relation between exhaustive work hours and the bad state of mind, negative state of mind, but we did find a correlation between those who declared that working hours and the amount of effort for care had increased during the pandemic. And it was also higher between self-declared Black caregivers, also higher between those whose family income fell during the pandemic and higher among caregivers with less schooling. So our final considerations, among the caregivers, the greatest vulnerability was found in the caregivers who worked in the homes, which is an expression of the differences between public and private workplaces. This reproduces the historical exploitation of direct or indirect care work in the domestic sphere in the country, marked by intersectional inequalities. We recommend further studies to deepen our understand, and we urgently need to move forward to set up the policies aimed at promoting decent work for these workers. And that's the end of my presentation. Oh, you wrapped up ahead of time. Now moving on to the third presentation, which will be presented by Claudia and Professor Elena and Michelle Redondo. I'm sorry, I didn't have my glasses on. Michelle will begin the presentation.
Bom dia a todas e a
Good
todos.
morning,
Eu queria, em primeiro lugar, agradecer a todo mundo que está
everyone.
fazendo esse
Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who is making our event run smoothly, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I will be presenting a work that we did with Helena regarding household careggivers and in institutions in France. We're going to be speaking about care recipients, innovation, similarities, and challenges. The idea here was speaking about fear, which was a common feeling for everyone during the pandemic. And for these workers, there was still it was still different because they felt scared, but they couldn't stay at home like other workers did. So we can see that there was a difference in these category of workers. So how can this experience of fear change according to public policies? And just to wrap up, we're going to be speaking about innovation, just to give us some hope. And then we're going to speak about recipients. Now, speaking about the differences between France and Brazil, we are going to look at categories. In France, there are two categories, auxiliaire de vie and aide à domicile. And in Brazil, we only have caregivers.
The difference is always in terms of regulation. In France, the auxiliaire de vie have a diploma, and that is recognized by the state. And in Brazil, there is a bill of law for that that was passed in 2019. In France, they have various beneficiaries, meaning that one worker goes to various households during the day, and in Brazil, they remain in one household all day long, and that will definitely change the relationship, but that's not the point of this research. However, I think it would be very interesting if studies could deal with that. In terms of the differences, here in France we have the aide-soignante, and in Brazil we have an assistant nurse. In France, you need at least, excuse me, in Brazil, you need to have at least high school or secondary education to start working with that. And in France, there is no demand for more schooling. And what we could observe was that in this colloquium, we have the long distances to go to work. So the travel time is very long, and a big difference is also in terms of salaries. In Brazil, obviously, they are evidently more poorly paid. And working at institutions is a greater advantage. Because we wanted to research on fear, we identified 4 types of fear. The first 4 ones are the fear of death. The first one is being infected by the virus, the second infecting family members, and thirdly is contaminating the elderly people, the beneficiary. So they are afraid of being a vector of the virus and being responsible for someone's death. And what we want to reflect on is how people go to work feeling like this and how this feeling can change actions. And the fourth fear is the fear of losing their job, which we will call the fear of social vulnerability. And it is something public policies could help us with. And Elena will elaborate a little bit more on this. So it doesn't matter which country the fear was present, but we can see some differences in the way of experiencing possibilities within this fear. Another similarity is that they are considered women with bonds, and that comes from a movie, a film that was shown in France. But we know that both in France and in Brazil, there are mediators between the elderly and the external world. And that is very important in context of restricted family visits, isolation, and overloaded hospitals. And then we see this issue of work, technical care, and care as a relationship. Within this idea that they are women who are the bridge between the outer world and the elderly person, during the pandemics, there were gestures of attention, words of comfort, and interaction to maintain the connection. And how did they do that? They organized conversations between the family members and the beneficiaries via tablets and cell phones. And there is the new kind of care given to the elderly. So it's a new gesture to be made, and we connect this to an increase of tasks. And what I call your attention to is that at the same time, these women are a kind of bond. They can be the vector of the virus. So the elderly people depend on them to have contact with the outer world, and at the same time they can be infected by these women. So there is an ambivalence in the feelings and in the role of these workers, and there is a sense of responsibility. Additionally, there is something connected to this idea of the increase in tasks in terms of implementing rotation system among workers. In the case of households, people started having their meals at the households they care for because they couldn't go out to have their own meals because of the pandemic. And before I pass the floor to Elena, I want to quote someone as an example. We were very, and I quote, we were very afraid of catching the virus and transmitting the virus, right? Because in our sector, if we caught the virus, we couldn't work, and we were very afraid of that. And we were very concerned about hygiene, alcohol, hand sanitizers, was washing my hands all the time. And we were really concerned because, at least in my case, I was very, very, very careful because I knew that if I couldn't work, I wouldn't be paid. And if I didn't get paid, I would be sick twice. And if I didn't work, how could I pay the bills? And I unquote. So the idea is that the feeling increases the notion of increase in tasks and care. And now I will pass the floor to Elena. Okay, no, I will continue then, Elena. In that sense, we see a possibility of experiencing these feelings differently because in France, those workers had the right to withdraw. If they didn't want to work, they could not perform their work and they wouldn't and they would still be paid. They wouldn't lose their jobs. But in Brazil, that was not a reality. So we see how that can influence in the organization. Now I will go on to the issue of innovations before the challenges, a series of innovations that were placed by the people in charge of institutions and associations of caregivers we interviewed. The first innovation was the ingenuity because of the scarcity of materials. You know that at the beginning of the pandemic in France and in Brazil, we didn't have masks. So the masks were made of coffee filters and bandages, and some aprons were made of rubbish bags. And that's how they created some protection against the virus. And another innovation was the implementation of autonomous teams. Company proposed the caregivers to organize their own schedule so that they could reduce interruptions and adaptation to the absence. So the workers themselves were able to organize themselves and their work as autonomous teams in an industry that we studied in the past. It was another type of innovation, this self-organization and implementation of semi-autonomous or autonomous teams. Another innovation was the so-called closeness support and distribution of materials. So a large association of caregivers, household caregivers, would distribute materials among the workers who went to family households, and they use those places as delivery points, and they also use that time of material delivery to talk to them. So they say they went to specific places, to the houses of the caregivers. We opened the trunk and we waited for them. That's a quote. They came to get their material and it was a moment of exchange. So the caregivers were closer to the households where they worked, and the manager of the company used that occasion to talk to the caregivers. Another company created a so-called solitary B&B. A company a caregiver association that included dozens of caregivers, made a partnership with the mayor of Hidalgo, which is part of the Paris city administration, and they managed to get 5 studios for those caregivers who had a travel time that was too long, who lived too far away from the household they cared for. So they were able to stay in those studios free of charge. Those were close to their workplace. They could walk to the workplace or ride a bike without paying and save that transportation time, which is very tiring, and avoid contamination at collective transportation. That can be controversial. We thought about the controversy in Airbnb, but the director of that association said we must make caregivers to work in a limited territory where they can circulate without going mad, because they thought that long periods in transportation means were made them feel some accumulated tiredness in addition to the problem of contamination. And the same company that invented this solitary Airbnb, which needed some help from the city administration, they had those studios that they could deliver to, that they could make available to the association. They also created a smartphone message for instant communication with the caregivers. They gave guidelines on to caregivers on how to care for the elderly in the context of the pandemic. And another innovation was a bonus of 150 euros for the caregivers. That was like a civic reserve to help them with tasks as going shopping for groceries. So they used some families as volunteers, and those families were caring for the elderly. And they did so instead of volunteer workers. And I will go to the conclusion. And I would like to talk a little bit about the beneficiaries we also interviewed. We interviewed a few of them. And I will talk about them in the conclusion. The conclusion shows that there isn't one single way of caring, but the work of caregivers is devalued everywhere. Despite the social relationship and sex and social class, they are the most vulnerable and the ones whose job is more precarious. The common point between France and Brazil is in the overload of work, which Michel referred to. The fear was omnipresent, and the feeling that they should do their work even at the expense of their own health and their family members' health. At the same time, we saw some public policies, such as the right to retreat or to withdraw and make money anyway and receive their salaries anyway. And we can talk about that was a policy given by the public power, and that marks the difference between the different experiences of the workers in countries such as Brazil and France. And the beneficiaries did not use the word fear to talk about the pandemic, but the confinement in their rooms and in between the walls. So the fear is present not only in the workers of care, but because they're doing care, they talk about fear all the time. And when you ask about the care recipients, they said, oh, we had to be we were confined in our rooms, but they don't use the word fear. And all the caregivers spoke the word fear. And I conclude by saying that there is a need to reflect on the valuing the profession of care, and those workers should not be in the shadow anymore. They should be at the heart of public policies and reforms of the sector, and that must be translated into better working conditions and more protection and recognition. Thank you very much.
Agora eu passo a palavra para a professora Cláudia Fonseca para fazer o debate, por favor.
Now I will invite Professor Claudia Fonseca to take the floor.
Gente, em primeiro lugar, óbvio
Well,
que
first
como
of
todo
all,
mundo,
obviously, just like everybody else, I'd like to thank the opportunity of being here with you. It is a true privilege, especially here in this panel with Helena, Michelle, Kita, Danielle, Gueda.
uma experiência
The whole meeting has been an absolutely wonderful, stimulating experience for all of us, and it has given rise to 1,000 new questions. And I've been redrawing my comments according to the comments that we've had. But now I'd like to comment these three wonderful papers. I'd just like to present myself. I'm an anthropologist, so I'm a bit outside the discussions on work sociology, but I do focus on care based on my ethnographic research in popular groups considering families, parents, parenting, and public policies. That's why I'd like to start off with an issue that was introduced by Gita and George, which is familistic policies today within the scope of neoliberalism, austerity policies, and neoconservatism, family neoconservatism. As an anthropologist, I cannot stop myself from telling a story, and I love the one you told. I thought of one of my field subjects. She arrived in Porto Alegre, penniless, 4 years ago, a widow with 4 children and she worked as an occasional caregiver and as a domestic worker with the project of social economic ascension for her family. She managed to buy her own home, popular housing. All of her kids studied, completed high school, and besides that, all of her parents visited her, and she was a safe harbor for everyone. And among the people who came to visit her was her old mother, her elderly mother. Now, at the outset, her mother helped her out. But as time went by, her mother went into a state of dementia, advanced dementia, which made her family life impossible. Now, she looked for support from public services. In fact, she did not find help. Conversely, she was informed that if she did not do her duty to her mother, she would be criminalized. And I was impotent to witness the entire interruption of her life project and the dissolution of her family based on that moment, a tragic moment. And from that point on, I'll say that I normally work with a system of protection to childhood. So I'm used to hearing the obsessive concern of the government with childhood. Childhood is our future, but that considers care individually, but not in terms of collective family care. After several episodes, like the episode of the story I just told you right now, I can safely say that if there are no policies of support for the care of the elderly, we will be translating intergenerational inequality, and this is a fatality. Now, going back to these absolutely outstanding papers, I'd like to start by, not from the beginning, from the end, from the last paper. In fact, Elena and Michelle's papers and Daniel's paper, I feel they're very complementary. They complement each other because they speak about paid carers, trying to understand their diversity. And it really, when I hear them, I really feel like crossing your data. The methodology is a bit different. In one, you based your work on opinions and interview with Michelle and Elena. The contrasts lead to a few differences, but it's very interesting to consider what is absolutely similar, the similarities between them. So I thought of giving some munition and data. This subsidizes and gives data everything that was said in the very first panel in our meeting. Ana Gilda, a representative from Colombia, on the work of caregivers and what went on during the pandemic. Because suddenly we noticed, we kind of noticed a whole category of workers whose work was precarious from the outset, and it got even more precarious during the pandemic. They worked longer hours, lack of protections, increase in indirect care, the disinfection processes, which were so brilliantly mentioned today. And as you said, these people worked as intermediaries, especially in France, the relationship between isolated people and the world at large, which is a huge amount of emotional work. And I think that both papers highlight this. I also thought that both papers speak about the fear in these categories, because these categories are made up of people with lower status, lower income, lower buying power. And one of the fears that Elena and Michelle delve into this in detail, they speak about the fear involved in care itself. I'm here to take care, and all of a sudden, I'm transmitting the violence I am attempting to shield you from due to the virus. It is a constant source of fear, but there is an underlying fear of losing the job and of a decrease in income. Once again, this is a structural issue. Elena and Michelle bring us something that is invaluable, and I think that is shown in several panels, and that is drawing a comparison between Brazil and France. So we have variables, race, schooling, income, etc. But the administrative, legal context and framework work is absolutely key in our understanding. And I thought of the very sensitive way that they go to and from these categories, comparing France and Brazil. And they, in doing so, they highlight how, for example, caregivers in France are moving amongst different homes. They don't work with one client. Now, figure the fear of catching a virus and transmitting a virus because you're moving to and fro among homes. On the other hand, in Brazil, Daniel focused specifically on people who work in one home with a direct relationship. And also the fact that in France, you highlighted ingenuity. People have came up with inventions in response. The whole scope of public policies, city hall, autonomous collaborations. And I wanted to ask you, did you observe anything as relates to ingenuity and invention in Brazil? Because this is what we always think, not only in terms of top to bottom policies, but also in terms of the mobilization that might happen in Brazil as well. I know that there's several interesting research on childcare during the pandemic, on daycare centers, spontaneous daycare centers that came up, especially in popular neighborhoods, community kitchens. But how, since you are highlighting the recognition and the adding value to the work of caregivers, that is what we see when you look at innovations in France. And this is the aspect that I'm trying to pinpoint here in Brazil, because this may reveal, besides a structural discrimination, also a symbolic discrimination, because there was no awakening to their worth. And there was one data which is really intriguing to me, the fact that in France there are 600,000 slots that are open to the elderly in the institution, EPAD. How many in Brazil? 60,000. That is 10 times more slots in France for a population which is 1/3 in size of the Brazilian population. Now, this shows us something about the working conditions. And we heard from Simone yesterday. She showed us comparative data. And she spoke about how the government works in this situation. And ironically, familialism is rampant in Brazil, and it's trying to push care to the family. I'm tired of hearing of control-based explanations that say why the elderly don't resort to institutions. They didn't say that. Michelle and Elena interviewed a Brazilian woman who chose by herself to go to a residence, paying 25,000 reais per month. So my question would always be, are these choices cultural? Are they related to deep-seated values? Or do they stem from policies, or making the best use of the possible options? In Brazil, this type of place is only for those who can afford it. Now, moving on to Danielle's work. I'm a bit over time now. Really, his work is really interesting. Firstly, because he constantly provokes on home caregiving and institutional caregiving, and the conclusion he reached, in which he says that home caregivers are in a much more fragile situation. They're vulnerable. And when I heard that, I thought to myself, how can we define this higher level of vulnerability? Firstly, the exhaustive, twice exhaustive work journey, twice as large for the home caregivers. But I wanted to ask you, this exhaustive category, is it directly correlated to the number of work hours, or did they speak to you about a feeling of exhaustion? So this might be my first question to you. Because what really is intriguing here is that people are speaking about their own personal anguish and their feelings of depression. They don't correlate that to the exhaustive workload. It has to do with race, with schooling, and structural issues during the pandemic. So I'd like to hear you on this. Another thing that you mentioned is the issue of the fact that at-home caregivers are older. And the same happens in France. And he wonders whether the answer was, well, maybe the elder caregivers are maybe less considered for institution. But my question would be, maybe that has to do with a family structure. My curiosity was aroused because of what Violeta said. So what are the social and affectionate relations in the work, and whether the employers in the home, whether they don't prefer older women because they are maybe more celibate, they don't have the families, so maybe they might be more available, more like grandmas and your aunt, your elderly aunt, and they would have more time to afford. So maybe they were selected positively in this sense. And now, Gita and Georgie, I still have 5 minutes because I've got lots to say. Oh, the continuity of care. How long can these caregivers work in their homes? And so considering the importance of considering the continuity of care and what lends quality to the relationship that's established. Kita and George, that was a wonderful thing. You start off by speaking about an ideal of active old age, and this involves several political point of view. But as good anthropologists, they're always working with a gap between what is ideal and what is real, between what is legal and what is the practice. So what I really enjoyed in their work is that it points to a key aspect in the discussion on care, because it speaks about violence, elderly abuse, or abandonment within the family. It highlights the ambivalence which are inherent to care. On the one hand, the wish to help and protect, and which very easily may slip into punishment and abuse. This is the dark side of care, which many people in feminist anthropology are studying now within the outlook of decolonizing care. And this is also the dark side of the family itself. We've learned to look askance at the dichotomies that Patricia was mentioning this morning. Cold care in institutions versus naturally warm and caring care within the families. And Gita, in another place, she speaks about domestic violence against women And she says that the home is a place which reunites the conditions that kind of foster violence. And yesterday we heard Bruna and Camila about the old lady who was held in a private imprisonment, like imprisoned in the home, showing how very tenuous this distinction is. So the supposed superiority of being cared for at home, which is something people not only want, but it is inherently better. And this course is undiscussed. People do not speak against it. And how family care, on the other hand, is not something that is audited, not policing, right? But just in terms of comparison. And they jump into the issues of dejudicialization of the violence and abandonment of the elderly. And I would really like it if you could say a few words on this double-edged sword of justice and conciliation in terms of social, let's say, pacification, peacekeeping, which is something that is insisted upon, or the issue of obtaining justice and therefore obtaining a punitive outlook. And it stems from Gilligan's original dichotomy of ethics of justice versus ethics of care. And the issue of mentioning wages, money, they speak about consigned credit, which shows us how a policy which is drawn up with the best of intentions, which says, oh, let's allow the poorest elderly to have a decent buying power. How a policy can be simply captured by the market logic, by the market actors, by the different modalities that may take advantage of it. And that's really interesting for us who are studying. So the idea is a policy audit by itself is never enough. You need really to survey it very carefully, because you need always to consider things that were unforeseen, things that might just happen. Things might happen on the one side and also happen on the other. So to me, this essay really helps us to denaturalize, as we have done throughout this whole seminar, the spirit, the critical and constructive spirit that permeates our event. From the very beginning, we asked ourselves, what is work? What is paid work here or there, in this place or that? So what is care? And I insist on the idea of the double-edged blade, as Paula said yesterday, of the positivistic law and so on. And also the question is, what is family? The issue of care for public policies brings several issues. How do you think of that? How do you scale up this thinking in a way that is not invasive? And how can I encompass families, like the families like I mentioned, like Salech, the story I told you in the beginning, who interrupted her whole life project, and the people you interviewed in France, no, I'm sorry, in Brazil, who are simply obtaining, who are using their 25,000 reais for their elderly, active, old age, free from all of the councils and children's supervision of the home sphere. So just to wrap up, speaking about familism, familism is super important. I don't think we could just simply not mention it in any analysis. So family-based relationships, but familism is a way of capturing and moralizing the idea of the family, and something that we really need to be on guard against.
Obrigada, professora. Como nós
Thank you,
temos um tempo
Professor.
muito justo, eu fui avisada que nós
Because
temos
we
que terminar essa
have
mesa às 2h45. Antes de passar
a
a
very
palavra
short
para
time,
os
and I
palestrantes, eu
was
gostaria de
told
ver se
we
alguém da
have
plateia
it
também
to
tem alguma,
finish
que a
by
gente faça isso
12:45.
bastante
I would
objetivamente para que
like
a
to
gente
ask
concentre as
whether
respostas, tá?
someone in the
Vamos começar
audience has
aqui. People
questions, and
opposite,
I'll
please.
ask you
Não, deixa
to
vocês podem vir para cá, acho que
be
fica mais fácil.
very straight to the point and short, if possible.
Pronto. Vamos resolver logo, porque desempata. Tá bom? Vamos desempatar.
Okay,
Queria agradecer a todas as
let's
apresentações,
solve
foram
this problem
maravilhosas,
soon.
trouxeram uma
I
série
would
de
like
questões
to
e muitos
thank you
dados
all
empíricos
for
importantes.
your
Eu tenho dois
wonderful
apontamentos para fazer. Primeiro, queria
presentations
voltar para o
and
trabalho
many
da
empiric
Gita e do Jorge,
data,
que eu
which
conheço
are
bem, que
very
admiro muito.
important.
E
And I
primeiro, acho que a
have
gente tem que
2
tirar o crédito
points to make.
consignado da
First of
categoria
all,
de
I
cuidados,
think
porque não é um
we
direito que
have
as
to
pessoas ganharam, é um
remove
interesse do plano.
the
A gente sabe hoje que a
consignate
rentabilidade dos
credit
bancos no Brasil
from the
depende das
category
famílias
of
brasileiras,
care,
não
because we
das
know
empresas. As empresas se
that
financiam no mercado de
profit
capitais,
by
com
the
debêntures.
banks
Quem pega
depend
crédito nos
on
bancos hoje, por causa
the
do processo de
families, the
são as
Brazilian
famílias,
families,
sobretudo as famílias mais
the
pobres.
ones
E
who
quem garante a
ask for
rentabilidade dos
credit
bancos hoje no
at
Brasil
banks
são as famílias
are
pobres.
families,
Por isso que
especially
foi
the
preciso
poor
fazer o
families,
desenrola,
and
porque as
the
famílias
parties
inadimplentes
that
estavam fora do mercado de
guarantee
crédito.
the
Foi preciso
high
recolocá-las no mercado de crédito para
profitability
elas continuarem
of banks
garantindo a
currently
rentabilidade dos
are
bancos
the
através
very
de
poor
novos empréstimos.
families. They are
E
the
por
ones
causa
who
disso,
give
quando a gente olha a
the
taxa de juros que
banks
se tentou
the
agora
greatest credit, and
estabelecer, né, o
why
governo
this is
tentou
why
colocar
we
em
had
2% ao
to
mês
have
do
a
crédito
program
consignado para os
to
trabalhadores do setor
renegotiate the
formal, e
credit
vocês veem
between
que não
families
conseguiram,
and
porque os bancos
banks.
falaram, não, 2% ao
And
mês, quer dizer que a inflação é menos de
banks said
5% ao ano, e 2% ao mês
banks
dá
were
aí uns
told
40, uns 50%
2%
ao ano.
per
Ou
month
seja, isso é
will be
expropriação financeira.
50%
Isso é um
a
assalto.
year,
E agora a gente vai
and
colocar
our
os trabalhadores
inflation
do
is
setor formal, que,
about
como a Guita
5%
mostrou,
a
são uma
year.
parcela muito
So
pequena do crédito
that's a
consignado.
robbery.
Então, é o
That's
Estado financiando isso.
financial
Então, isso não é um
expropriation,
cuidado, isso
and
é
the
um nível de
state is
expropriação que
financing this,
reforça
is
o
funding
familismo, para
this. This
voltar para o
isn't
seu ponto. Por
fair.
quê?
And
Porque
this
se eu
is
não
a
dou
level of
serviços para as pessoas de
expropriation
qualidade,
that
se elas têm que
reinforces
pegar
feminism, to go back to
dinheiro
your
para
point.
atender às suas
Because if
necessidades,
people
eu vou
need to
continuar dentro da
borrow
família,
money
gente.
to
É a
meet
família que vai
their
ter a
needs,
sobrecarga. É a família,
the
então. A
family will
ruptura que a gente tem que
continue
ter com o
to care
familismo
for
é que a
these
gente não pode
people,
imaginar que a
and the
provisão do
family
Estado seja
will
financeira, tem
be
que ser serviços
overloaded by
que custam
that.
imensamente mais
So
caro, que são de
the
qualidade. Só
state
para
must
concluir, a outra
provide
questão que eu queria falar
services that
é para o
are a lot
Daniel.
more
Daniel, voltando para a
expensive
questão do Brasil, do
than
mercado de
the
trabalho,
credit
a
given
gente tem duas
to
discussões
those
hoje importantes no
families.
Brasil. O governo
And
tentou lançar aí
the
uma
other
política dos
thing I
trabalhadores das
want to talk
plataformas, foi um
about
fracasso,
goes to
mas o movimento
Daniel.
social veio com a
And
semana ser excluído.
there
E o
are
que você
two
nos
very
mostra é
important
que esse
discussions in
trabalho
Brazil. The
excedente
government
dessas
tried to
mulheres
launch
é
a
difícil de ser
policy for
regulamentado.
platform
Talvez nas
workers, and it was a
instituições o
big
6 por 1
failure.
possa
But
funcionar,
there
até
is
porque
a
tem lá a
social
regra também, né,
movement
dos plantões,
that
etc.
is
Mas
the
em que
family
medida
to change
a
the
luta
working
pelo 6 por 1
family
pode ser alguma
um,
coisa que ajude na
from
reorganização e
6
na
working days and
institucionalização, na
one
valorização do
rest
trabalho
day to
das
4
cuidadoras. Obrigada.
working days
Só,
and
gente,
3
vamos
rest
tentar
days.
ser
And
bastante objetivo
let
na
us
colocação, por favor.
reorganize. I would like
Bom,
to
primeiro
learn
agradecer a
whether you
mesa,
think
dizer que essa mesa para mim também é muito cara.
this
Cláudia, que eu conheci
would
agora há
have
pouco tempo,
any
mas
would make any
professora
change to
Helena,
the
Ida,
work by
Gita,
carers.
Daniel, então nem se
Well,
fala.
I would
Enfim,
like to thank the
queria parabenizar.
panel,
Eu gostei
Professor
muito, Gita,
Elena
que você
Yeda
trouxe uma
and Gita
discussão, né?
Daniel. I
E
was
aí eu
very
não sei se eu
happy,
vou conseguir
Gita,
ser breve, mas
because
vou tentar,
you started
Ieda.
a
Uma
discussion,
questão mesmo desse
a
crédito. Também
conversation
concordo nessa forma que não é uma forma de
about
cuidado, né? E
credit.
aí,
I agree
como eu disse, eu
with the
trabalhava num
previous
CAPS na Zona Sul,
commentator
né?
that
Que foram muitos
this is not
idosos
a
que
way
acabavam parando
of
lá, às vezes por alguma
care,
outra
as a
questão que
form of
não era
care.
transtorno mental,
I was
mas todo mundo
working
acha que a
at
saúde mental às vezes
a
resolve
house
tudo.
for
E
mental
três
problems
casos, né?
in
Caso a gente
the
teve que
southern
fiscalizar a
outskirts of
idosa,
Sao
porque ela
Paulo,
estava tão endividada,
and the
né?
people people sent their elderly to that place, even though they were not suffering from mental problems. But we needed to interfere legally with one elderly woman who was sent there because she was so deeply in debt that the only way we could renegotiate her debt was to institutionalize her. Now, talking about strengthening public policies, when you talk about precariousness of work, and that is precariousness of life, because we have no security. You do not no longer have public competitions for workers, and so the jobs are not secure anymore, and many of the services provided by the government cannot reach all the people that they need to cater for. I don't. In terms of people with higher education, they suffer a little bit less. But there is a need to look at those people too, because if in the outskirts of Sao Paulo that happens, in the favelas, you don't even have the public services present at the favelas. So this is one of the points for us to think about in this discussion of valuing some of these devices. And Elena, I would like to talk, would like for you to talk about the LGBTI population, because those people are here among us, and I do hope, God willing, they will get old. We really struggle for them to get old before they are killed or something. And a few days ago, we got a call from an institution in Rio, and they were requesting for help because this LGBT person did not have a family to care for them. And finally, referring to what Daniel said in terms of working conditions, I think about the caregivers. Many of the caregivers, they are self-employed. They're not even outsourced, and they make less than one minimum salary a month, and they do the same work. They perform the same tasks. So there is a need for us to regulate this profession, to reduce that inequality. It's the same Black women who are exploited in their workforce and doing the same job they've always done, because they are always occupying a position of care in Brazil. Good afternoon. It's difficult to ask a question after Ana Gilda. I thank you all on the panel. I know your work, but it's always good to see your presentations and update your updated data. My question is, what is the choice? What defines the choice between a caregiver in the household and not the so-called domestic work? This is the big debate in our project. I would like to understand whether the self-identification by the participants is a choice made on their own, because sometimes the care is given through an institution, but sometimes they are hired as an individual, as a person, not through an association. And the ILO Convention, which defines domestic work being work performed in the household, and the big feminist references, such as Christine Delphine, for instance, they define domestic work as any kind of a household jobs. And many of the studies by your colleagues here show that there isn't a big distinction no differentiation in the household, the work performed in the household. So they're always requested to care for a child or an elderly person and perform other tasks such as cooking and cleaning. Is it possible in everyday life to separate these tasks? And I would like to listen to you. I would like for you to elaborate on the concepts and how the concepts can interfere in their practice.
Thank you so much for these great insights and papers and comments. I just wanted to share the contrast between what you found, Daniel, and what we've been seeing in the US. May just be that conditions are different. Sure. Is it echoing? Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, much better. Thanks. So we found something in contrast to yours, which is that, so maybe it is different. In the US, there are many workers who move between nursing home institution jobs and home care. It's the same population often. And the ones we've talked to, many of them say that the home care is less stressful. Maybe it's because the nursing home jobs are notoriously high pressure, and they say things like, there I took care of 18 patients. Now I only have one and I can do it properly. You know, and another difference might be that as I mentioned in our talk, whenever it was on Monday, the hours the home care workers in the US have are often shorter than they would like. So that may be another difference. Like for you, the pay is about the same. So, and we also found more older women in the in the home care, but it was because they said they were too tired to work in a nursing home or an institution. So I just wonder if it's a context difference or something else. One more difference is that our research was done post-COVID, not during, so that may be part of it too. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Eu vou fazer a ordem das apresentações. Vou começar com a professora Gui.
Okay, I will have the answers in the order of the presentations. Wow, there are so many interesting questions, and Claudia have found a way to connect the professional care and the family care. I believe there is this feminism, and that's a two-edged sword. There is also the issue of conciliation and reproduction. I would like to go back to my presentation because saying consigned credit as a type of care created a kind of discomfort here. I wanted to call your attention to the fact that the state delegated financial policies to the financial markets. So it's not the market caring for investment, dealing with investment, but giving money for other people to survive. And you said, though that's good for the capital, and I have no doubt about that. But this is something that should be turned into a public policy. Many times, and I have some criticism to the gerontologists and geriatrics in general, because they say the elderly want to be want to be cared for within the family, but that's, I think that's a hypocritical remark, because the gerontologists and geriatricians don't want to be treated by their families. So they say so. I have two wonderful daughters, but I would never ask them to leave their jobs to care for me. And what gives me a lot of hope in change is the emergence of creches, because some time ago we were afraid of the creche, and the mothers who did that, who took their children to the creche, they were the bad moms, you know. And we don't, today it's completely the opposite. Being in a creche and in the kindergarten is a way of promoting socialization. So I have hope in terms of I have hopes for the change that will also take place when dealing with the elderly, because the issue of the creche was a very fast change, a very quick change in time life. Anyways, I really enjoyed your observations. I will think about what you said. I will rethink my own presentation. Thank you very much for all the questions. I will try to answer them as much as possible. Claudia asked me about the phrase exhaustive work day, whether they could use that phrase or not. And I must remind you that this is a quantitative survey, which was used through an online questionnaire of self completion. That was what was possible during the pandemic. It's got advantages and disadvantages, but this type of questionnaire has to be filled out in 5 or 10 minutes. Otherwise, people will not conclude it. And the qualitative human being within me suffers doing quantitative surveys, but it's important as well. So we use the phrase, we use the adjective, identifying the work day that would go over what is allowed by the Brazilian limits and the Brazilian legislation. And Brazil is thinks about what would be exhaustive. Could we call it work that is not decent? Yes, we could. In terms of the age, yes, I think there is a cultural component, because the household caregivers are usually older women. And there is a paper by Natália Fontoura analyzing some national data. They define how the nannies are much younger, and the caregivers to older people are much older, because they try to reproduce this kind of care work
cultural, sim, tá.
culturally in
Nossa
terms
pesquisa
of
não captou
the
exatamente o mito,
familialism.
mas isso apareceu indiretamente. É porque eu não
Now,
tive
our
tempo de
research
falar,
didn't
né?
exactly focus
Uma
on
parte
fear
da
or
nossa
capture
pesquisa,
it, but I didn't
as
have enough
cuidadoras
time
que
to
ficaram
mention, but a certain
desempregadas na
part
pandemia não
of our
entraram aqui no
research, and I
paper,
didn't
no
have
paper
enough
que a gente
time to
estava
say that,
atuando,
it spoke about
né? Entre
caregivers
aquelas que
who
ficaram
were unemployed during
desempregadas,
the pandemic,
a
and that was
situação
not
de
included in the
insegurança
paper.
alimentar, ou seja,
So
risco de passar
between
fome, ela foi
those who
enorme, acho que era
caregivers who were
70%, né?
unemployed,
Então,
um,
essa questão do
the
medo de
risk
perder
of going
esse
hungry,
trabalho, ela é
of
muito
not having any
presente
food
entre essa
safety was
categoria,
huge,
né?
about
Passando para
70%.
termos da Lena,
So the fear of losing
ela
their
se
jobs
refere
is something
à
that is
luta
really
contra a escala
present
6 por
in
1,
this
né? Não pela
category.
escala 6 por 1.
As to Lena's
Eu acho que o
question,
movimento é importante
the
no
fight
sentido da
against the
conscientização, debate na
6
sociedade sobre
versus
o que é uma
1
carga horária
scale
de
of
trabalho
work,
justa,
I
tá?
think this
Eu
is an
acho que sim,
important
é um
thing
movimento importante,
for
movimento social
society of
importante, uma luta
understanding
importante
that this
nesse
is not
momento e
fair work,
debate
this is not
fundamental
decent
para ser
work.
feito
It is important for
nas
society.
lideranças,
It is
né,
an
enfim,
important
das
social
trabalhadoras, né, cuidadoras
understanding.
domésticas, sobre o
And
que é
the
uma carga
leaders,
horária de
it's
trabalho
important
justa.
that
A
the
nossa
participation
pesquisa
of
se ateve somente para as
leaders
pessoas que
for
atuavam no mundo
carers,
local,
caregivers, domestic
porque
workers,
era a
of
forma que a
what
gente podia fazer a
constitutes a fair
comparação, mas a gente não
workload.
pode esquecer que tem
But
pessoas com vários trabalhos, vários
our
empregos,
survey
né?
focused on people who
E
worked in one
somando
single
esses diferentes
workplace,
empregos,
because
podem
that
também
is
ter uma
how
carga,
we could
aí
really
estar
make a
numa,
comparison.
tá numa
We
situação
cannot
que a gente
forget that
chama do trabalho
many
sem
people have
descanso,
several
né? Onde a
jobs and
pessoa
they are in a
trabalha
situation of
com uma intensidade
work
de
with
dias e
no
horas que ela não tem tempo
respite,
nenhum para
in which
descansar,
people work
né?
such an amount of
Ana Júlia
days and hours
mencionou
that
a
they have no
questão do
time for rest.
racismo, sim, muito
Ana Gilda
importante.
mentioned the issue of
Quando falamos
racism being
trabalhadoras
very
negras e essa
important.
situação do
Yes,
trabalho
when we speak
não
about Black
decente,
workers
indigno,
and
ilegal, é racismo estrutural,
non-decent
sim.
work,
A gente
yes,
precisa afirmar
this is
isso, tá?
structural racism. Yes,
Luísa
it is.
pergunta
And we need to
por
say that
que
out loud.
usei
Louisa asked,
cuidadoras de domicílio e não cuidadoras domésticas.
why did
Não
I
vou entrar na
speak
polêmica,
about
Luísa, mas
household
o que eu posso
caregivers
te
and not
dizer
domestic
é
caregivers?
que
I
o
don't want
nosso
to
questionário,
polemize here,
a
but what I
gente
can answer is
pergunta
that in our
em que local
questionnaire,
você trabalha.
we ask the question,
Então, a
where
pergunta
do
tinha
you
uma opção
work?
em
So the
instituição, uma opção
question
no
had an option
domicílio.
institution
Porque o doméstico é um
and
tipo de trabalho, né?
at
E o
home.
domicílio é um local do
Domestic
trabalho.
work is a
Então, assim
type of
que
work, at
nós
home is a place
tratamos
of work.
os
So this
dados,
is
isso não é
how we
resposta para
treated the
fugir
data.
da polêmica que a gente pode fazer outra
So
hora.
this is an answer that seeks not
E
to polemize
por
because we
fim,
don't have much time.
Ruth,
And
né?
lastly, Ruth,
muito obrigado pelas suas
thank you
considerações.
for your
Acho que é muito
observations.
interessante comparar
I
esses
feel
achados. De
that
fato,
comparing these
são
findings is
contextos
really
culturais
interesting.
diferentes. O trabalho
They are
doméstico no
certainly
Brasil,
different
ele
cultural
acontece de uma
context.
maneira que é
Domestic work
diferente
in
dos Estados
Brazil
Unidos. E as
is very
pesquisas
different
foram
from
feitas em
that
épocas
which
diferentes e estava
is
no auge da
delivered in
pandemia,
the
tá?
USA. And
Agora,
the surveys were taken
essa
at different
comparação
times.
eu já
We were
fazia
during the very
qualitativamente,
peak of the
conversando com minhas
pandemic.
alunas
Now, this
cuidadoras.
comparison was something that was already ongoing
Então,
for me
tem diferentes
qualitatively because
aspectos sobre
in
trabalhar
conversations with my students who are
domicílio numa
caregivers,
instituição. Eu me
so
lembro
there
que
are differences
muitas
between
comentaram
working
que precisa fazer
at
muita
home
força,
and in an
né? Porque tem que dar
institutions.
muitos banhos, enfim, cuidar de
Many
muitas pessoas. Ao
students says
mesmo tempo,
there's a lot of
a
brute strength
organização
involved because
do
in
serviço, da
institutions they
rotina
need
de
to bathe
cuidado,
several
permite que duas
people. So
pessoas
there's lots of
possam carregar
muscle
juntas
strength.
uma
On the
pessoa
other
mais
hand,
pesada
the
ou dividir determinadas
routine
tarefas, né?
helps
Existe
on
uma
another sense
segurança
because two
em
people can
trabalhar na
share the
instituição em
work for
relação ao
heavier
emprego, porque quando
patients and so
trabalha
on. And there is a
no
certain amount of
domicílio,
safety
se
in
a pessoa idosa
institutional work as
falece,
regards the
ela fica
job
desempregada,
because
né?
if
Diferente da
you are doing
instituição,
work
né? E
in a
muitas
home, if the
se
recipient dies, you are
referem a
out of work.
desgaste da relação
And
com a
that doesn't
família,
happen in the
né? Não é uma
institution. And
relação
another
profissional, uma
issue
relação de
is
exploração, local
problems in the
de
relationship
presença de
with a
muitos
family.
assédios.
So it's a
Mas
place
essa é
of work
uma
where
questão que as
several types
cuidadoras
of
têm
harassment happens. So this is an
posicionamentos
issue in
diferentes.
which
Obrigado.
caregivers have different positions.
Bom, em primeiro lugar, obrigada aí pelas
Well, first of
perguntas.
all,
Acho que
thank
começando
you for
pelo que
your
a Cláudia falou
questions.
a
I think that
respeito das
starting off
diferenças
about
entre a França
with
e
Claudia's
o
comments regarding the
Brasil. Eu acho
differences between
que
France
a
and
gente sempre
Brazil,
fala, né? O público é privado,
I
privado é
think
público. Então a gente
that
sabe que o primeiro
we say the
ovo e a galinha no
public is
sentido
private,
de essas
private is
questões
public. We don't
culturais,
know
porque
which
o que
came first,
acontece
the
também é
egg
que a
or
França
the
tem toda uma
chicken.
estrutura,
So there are
desde a
cultural issues
infância
that
das
are
crianças
involved. There's
estarem
a
na
whole
escola, por exemplo,
setup
o
in
dia
France
todo, né?
since
Então tem
childhood
desde sempre
where
o
children
hábito
go to school
de
and
você estar
stay at
mais
school the
afastado
whole
da
day
sua
long.
família, e acho que
So
isso
there is a
chega
certain
na
cultural sense of
estrutura
being apart
geral,
from your family for
e o que
longer
acontece com os
whiles.
idosos
And I think
também é
that's
que os idosos,
structural. And
a
for
taxa de
elderly
envelhecimento na França
people,
sempre foi
the
maior do
rate
que no
of
Brasil, então é como
aging
se na
in
França
France was
fosse um
always
problema também
higher in
a ser
Brazil. So
refletido
in
antes
France,
do que o
for
Brasil.
France, this was a
Então, eu
problem
acho que
they had to
agora
deal
aqui está,
with before
vamos dizer,
Brazil needed to
começando
do
entre
so.
aspas, então
I
tem
think
essas
this is
coisas que
something quote unquote
desde o
beginning,
início a gente
starting
também
off
tem
in
uma estrutura
Brazil.
diferente em relação
So
à
from the outset,
organização que é mais
our
ligada
whole
à família,
structure is
desde sempre,
different in
desde a
terms of
infância.
organization because we are
E
more
também tem essa
family
questão de que a
based
taxa de
from the outset,
envelhecimento
from
começou a
childhood,
aparecer
and
mais
also
agora aqui na França há muito
aging has
tempo,
become
se
more
pensa a esse
important
respeito.
now in
Então, por
Brazil, and
isso, lá na França está
whereas in
mais
France, this is something
desenvolvido
that
a
has
questão de
been
estar
considered for a longer while, so they've
já
had
no
more
visto
time
os
to
pais irem
consider
para
it.
um asilo, né? Que aqui
And that
é um
is
pouco
why it
demonizável.
is
Acho que tem esse
not frowned
aspecto.
upon if you send your parents to a
Depois, a
hospice.
questão da Luísa, que me
Now,
fico muito
Louise's
agradecida.
question, I'm so
Acho que a gente tem que
thankful for
começar
your
mesmo, eu fiquei pensando
observations, and I
depois,
think we
na
really
próxima
need
vez, aí começar a
to consider for
clarificar o nosso
next time of
posicionamento diante disso. É
clarifying
uma
our
categoria
position
nativa,
based on
né?
what you
Elas
said. It
colocam
is
como
a native
cuidadoras.
category.
Inclusive, existe a
They
ideia de não
consider
querer ser
themselves as
vista
caregivers,
como
and they do not,
trabalhadoras
in fact,
domésticas na
want to
França.
be
Isso é
seen as
muito claro,
domestic
né? Existe
workers.
toda uma
In
campanha,
France, this is
inclusive,
crystal
de
clear. There is
diferenciação. A
a
gente está dentro de uma
whole
associação agora trabalhando com algumas,
movement
e
to
a gente está tentando
establish
falar para
this
elas, pelo
difference.
menos, não
And in
fazer uma
an
distinção em
association,
relação.
we're
Elas
working
fazem
with some
mais que, porque existe isso. A gente não é só
we're trying to get them
trabalhadora
to draw a
doméstica, a gente é mais
distinction
alguma
between
coisa. A
saying
gente
they
faz
do more than. We're
a
not
gente faz a
just domestic
ligação
workers, we
entre
do more. We
as pessoas, a
establish
gente
the link,
conversa com elas, tá?
the
Inclusive, algumas
connection
falam
between
assim,
people.
é
We talk
preferível a
to
gente
them.
ficar batendo
Some
papo com a
people come
pessoa
to us to
idosa
say
do que ir
we
passar o
prefer
pano no chão. Isso é
to
melhor, é
have
mais importante. Então,
conversations with the
existe aí
elderly people than simply, I don't know, wipe the
uma questão, eu
floor.
acho,
It's more important
generalizada de uma
than.
representação do
So I
trabalho
think there's a
doméstico, qual a gente
generalized
deve
issue of a
realmente refletir por que
representation of
a gente tem
domestic
tanta
work
dificuldade nesse
as
sentido,
as
né? Eu
something
estudo a questão
that is
das
not
au pairs, que eu
desirable.
já observei
And
essa
why is that
dificuldade.
so
Agora, com
difficult?
as
I
cuidadoras
study the
também estão
issue of au
observando essa
pairs,
dificuldade,
and this is
desenvolvendo
something that
reflexões
I've
nesse
seen in
sentido.
the au pair
Por
environment.
que,
And for
socialmente, a gente tem
caregivers, I
uma
can see the
dificuldade? Quais são as
same
representações de trabalho doméstico? E aí
difficulty.
eu,
Why
enquanto
is it so difficult for us? What are the
apaixonada pela
representations
perspectiva
of
do cuidado,
domestic
tenho
work?
que dizer
I
que
am
tem
a
que tomar
person who's
muito
in love with
cuidado
the
também em
perspective
como
of
a
care,
gente
and I
está
also say we need to take a lot of care
usando isso como se
regarding
fosse um
how we
assunto agora
use
possível
this
de ser
as a
falado, né? Porque tem essa coisa,
possibly
fazemos
a
alguma
subject
coisa
that is
a
open
mais,
to
né? Do que
debate.
só,
But why
enfim,
can we
só.
say we do something
Então,
else
nesse sentido, a gente,
beyond
se a
than
gente não falasse
only?
dessa maneira, nós também não
If
seríamos
we did not put
compreendidas, eu
things
acho, né?
in this
Mas
way, I think
podemos
we
dizer
wouldn't be understood
que, numa
either.
próxima vez,
So,
esclarecer o nosso ponto de
for the
vista e dizer
next
que, enfim, na
time,
categoria
I think
nativa,
we
elas se
could
apresentam dessa
maybe
maneira. Então, a
clarify our
gente
points of views
se comunica
and
nesse
just say
sentido
that this
também,
is a
mas é muito
native
importante essa
category. This
reflexão
is
aí
how
para a
they
gente
consider and
começar não só
present
pensar nisso,
themselves.
mas, né,
But
por
your
que nós
reflection
temos
is
essa
really
dificuldade
important, not only
generalizada aí com o
considering
trabalho
that and also
e tomar
considering why
cuidado
it
com
is
que a perspectiva, pensar em cuidado pode
widespread.
afastar e que alguém vai
The
precisar sempre estar
problems
limpando, enfim.
in
Acho que a questão do gênero já para
domestic
deixar
work, and this might push some
Bom, eu
people
vou
away
falar
from our
sobre
research.
as duas
That's
questões
it. I'm
colocadas
going to be speaking
pela
about
Cláudia
the issues
Fonseca,
that
que
were put
agradeço
forth
muito,
by Claudia
porque não
Francesa.
é
Thank
exatamente
you
a praia
so
dela,
much.
e ela fez uma leitura
It's not
transversal dos
exactly
três textos, muito,
her
muito, muito instigante
line
para
of
nós.
work, and
Em
she
relação à questão das
did a cross-cutting analysis of all three texts, and that was really, really interesting. In terms of innovations in Brazil, this really wasn't something that came up as clearly as it did in France. The people we interviewed. What I saw in Brazil, which was an additive, and that was not in France, was the COVID locales. These COVID locales are specific places where the large agencies developed to put only people who are contaminated by COVID. So all the caregivers in these COVID-centric places were specialized in caring for COVID infected patients. No big institution created these COVID-centric centers because they felt it was worse. Concentrating people with the same disease in the same place, and also in terms of the placement, that could increase contamination and so on. So what could have happened is that there might have been social innovations in Brazil, which people like Helena Watanabe and Yeda have seen, who were they were closer to the institutions, and they might have been aware of these innovations. And they might say something if they have time to mention. Another issue that Claudia mentioned was the person who paid 25 reais a month, 25,000 reais a month, so they could be in a hospice. But this hospice is a very large hospice, and it's only for the super rich, and the family could choose between this possibility and another. So the woman who chose to pay these 25,000 reais per month is a person who did not want to stay in with her children in her family home. She didn't want to live with her grandchildren or children or their children's wives. She wanted, probably she would prefer to live in her own home and keep on living in her own home and have home care. But her children disagreed. They wanted her to be in a home with medical surveillance. If she had any other health ailment, she could be seen to immediately, much faster than in her own home. So what seems to me, 25,000 reais is a lot of money in Brazil, but in France, where these public hospices are much more common than in Brazil. In Brazil, there's only 1% of people in hospices, whereas in France, there are over 10% of people in hospices. In France, it's a public institution, that is, you pay less, but you still need to pay 3,500 euros, which means over 20,000 reais in Brazil. I can't afford this. My pension is not enough to afford this. I don't have all of that money to be treated in an iPad. So I don't know what I'm going to do, because I'll really need to see how I'm going to obtain these 3,500 euro. Maybe my children can help me out, like Gita said. So I think I'll be able to choose where to live, and choosing what to do is something that came up regarding this example I gave of this woman who paid the 25,000 reais. Ana Gilda mentioned racism. We have a series of data in our interviews which were not mentioned in our presentation, which was quite short. And regarding the LGBT population, we don't have any data, but Pedro Nicol will be mentioning this issue in the afternoon in depth. And just to wrap up with Luisa's question, we interviewed people and institutions and household caregivers. So people self-declared that they gave home care or auxiliaire du lit, which is another type of category. And in Brazil, we also interviewed people who self-identified as at-home caregivers. So there was a difference between at-home caregivers and domestic workers, as Michelle mentioned. People did not, people who are at-home caregivers, they say they are not home domestic workers, and they say they do not deliver home domestic work. This is a discussion which is key in Brazil. It's very important in Brazil, but due to the kind of panel that were created based on the research, we weren't able to touch upon that, but that is a very important issue. And maybe, as Daniel said, we unfortunately won't have the opportunity to discuss that here, but it is undoubtedly a central issue. So these people whom we interviewed consider themselves to be caregivers and not domestic workers, even though they do perform domestic work in the homes where they care for people. So they don't consider themselves domestic workers, they consider themselves caregivers. It's a very central discussion. As Luisa said yesterday, in this conversation we're having during a 3-day long discussion. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to discuss that. We're running a bit late in time and we need to wrap up, but Professor Elena gave me an opening here, which I'd like to make the best use of to make a few observations. It's true that the countries in Europe, the countries considered quote unquote first world, are much older, but the rate in which aging happens in Brazil is very different from what happens in those countries. However, we've been discussing aging in Brazil for at least 50 years, but only recently in the last 20 years have we been able to implement effective measures, which are still a world away from what is needed due to the speed at which we age. In Brazil, we have roughly 33 million elderly. It is a continental country with vast differences between the regions, and all of these differences need to be taken into account. As regards what Professor said regarding institutions, we spoke about the National Front of Hospices, and this has made a real difference. And this is where the innovations that were mentioned and that were really well implemented in France, they did bring these things up, and they obtained funding to distribute institutions such as tablets and smartphones to the institutions that were part of the front, because these people were not able to work outside the home, could not leave the workplace, and they'd lost touch with their families. And so they, yes, did distribute personal protection equipment. So that was a way of helping these institutions which were rendered invisible to that time. So there's no shadow of a doubt that the National Front really put a break to that problem in Brazil. We were hearing catastrophic stories of elderly people passing in other people's and of elderly people passing away en masse. So in terms of one caregiver for taking care of several people, there are two different ways, and this happens in Brazil. There's a program that delivers elderly care, and one in São Paulo, one in Belo Horizonte. They are both public services, and they cater to an X amount of patient. So all of those who work with gerontology, with care of the elderly, we want to expand this as a national policy of care for the elderly in Brazil, to cater to most people, or maybe trying to cater to people who need it. I'm sorry I didn't have enough time, but I needed to say something. So just a message, we need to be back at 2:15. So we'll have 1 hour and a quarter for lunchtime. Thank you.